and two. Day 2 of Longines Irish Champions Weekend. 4 Group 1s, some of the best talent there is in racing. Let's get it on. And get it on we will. Yes, indeed, the second day of Longines Irish Champions Weekend. If it's anything like we got in Leopardstown yesterday, Curragh is going to be host to absolutely fantastic action today. We're here in the Champions Quarter. With me is Fran Berry, I'm Darrow Crahur, and later on we'll have Jarlath Regan bringing us a host of interviews. We'll be behind the scenes and we'll be providing some predictions and analysis as the day goes forward. Fran, yesterday first, that was brilliant, wasn't it?
Sensational day, Dara. The Champion Stakes was one for the ages, wasn't it? You know, Gayat, he was beaten, but he was beaten fair and square and beaten by a filly that was trained for the day. And they learned, Aidan O'Brien and the team learned a lot in York. They learned how to ride Magical to beat Gayat, and they put it up to him from a long way out, and it was a classic race.
We're just going to have a look at it here now, Fran, and it's interesting that you say that we tend to look at these races and take them, you know, that this is the be-all and end-all, but that you are learning day by day for the next day. I mean, she took him on from the start.
She did. She took him on all the way. She never gave him an easy time, but she sat on his girths. Shamey took him on the top of the straight, and you can see here the way she is sorted. She gets her head out. She wants to win. Gates lost nothing in defeat. Armory and Sostas have ran on well up behind him, but these two horses have gone out hard from a long way out. They're entitled to be tired a little bit near the end, but the class came through, and it was a measure of Aidan O'Brien, how he adapts to the situations, and you got to get beaten some days to learn how to win, and that's what they've done in York. They had a look at Gayat. They reckoned that they didn't lie close enough to him on that occasion. They went out yesterday to see what it worked, and it worked.
I mean, the other big story of the day, listen, there were plenty of them. I mean, Ken Condon won the big sales race, Colin Keane had the double, but the first leg of that was for the other member of the Mead Mafia, Johnny Murtagh, his first Group 1. And it is brilliant to see the emotion of someone who has won all around the world. Every race there is the win. And we saw the footage that Barbara there in Horse Racing Ireland got of Johnny hugging his wife Orla. I mean, this is what it means. First Group 1 on the biggest stage.
Indeed, that was very, very special. It was just, he was walking on air after race, wasn't he? And all the Group 1 winners he's ridden, I think 102 or 3 Group 1 winners as a jockey, 1 as a trainer, and I think he'll never get as much enjoyment out of one as he did yesterday. He really, really took it, and you can see what it meant to him and his family, and to make that breakthrough. He's had a massive year, and that might just put him into the next, you know, the next echelon of trainers in this country.
I mean, you will now, as an owner, and a lot of these big owner breeders that use different trainers, you were looking at trainers to prove themselves, and Johnny, the year he's had, but the way he has progressed, sort of like Gerald Lyons, but you know, starting with a calibre of horse, now he has proven he can improve a horse. So what's he going to do if he gets the regally bred ones?
Exactly. She was quite a cheap buy, Champions Elise. She was 26,000, I think, off the top of my head. He brought her from sales, broker, 2-year-old. She ran the sales race here last year. She was 6th or 7th in the sales race that's run today last year to win the Group 1 a year later. And you don't do that by accident. You know, everybody can get one horse that comes through the ranks, but he's brought No At All was 4th yesterday. He's had 40 winners almost this season since June. For a stable only 50, 60 horses, fair going.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, today, 4 more Group 1s to go. Fran and I were out on the track earlier, and we're giving you just a little bit of insight of what the jockeys might be thinking. Okay, thanks for joining us here now. We're at the start of the Como Group International St. Leger. The lads didn't realise I did a little link with the microphone in my pocket yesterday. Nobody realised, so...
Sorry about that.
He's all right, lads. Yeah, technical difficulty there. We're just proving that, I don't know what we're proving, but bloopers anyway. We got the bloopers out early, so
exactly.
that was wardrobe difficulties for Fran, I think, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. But we got there. We got there, so we did, and it was very enjoyable.
And we did get there, and here it is. You join us here now at the start, 14 furlongs from home of the Como Group International St. Leger. We got a lot of insight, I think, down in Leopardstown yesterday, Fran, and it's going to be very interesting as someone who has ridden this track countless occasions. You're going to tell us what it's like. You may be struggling to hear us. That's because the track here is right on the road, the Kildare Road, and the motorway is just on the far side, so we'll speak as loud as we can. It's just one of those little traits of the Curragh. We can see here stalls are going to be where we are, Fran, and you are climbing straight away.
You are indeed, Dara, yeah. It's a lovely start here to mile 6, the Curragh course. All the gallops are just inside the track here now. All the grass gallops are used in winter, but this start, you've got 2 furlongs down to the Derby start, 1.5 miles, then another 2 furlongs to bend. So basically you have 4 furlongs without turning, and it makes it very fair for every horse. There are 8 runners today. It just allows you the time to work into a position that you want to be in.
And that's really what that first couple of furlongs is about, isn't it? Wherever you want to be, if you want to lie handy or if you want to back up, you'll just find where you are. Exactly.
You can just play it as it comes to some extent. You know, if the pace not quick after a furlong, there is an opportunity there for you to do something about that, but you got to be decisive. You're dealing with horses that don't do things too quickly. You know, they're stayers, they're going to build into it, and you don't want to go through the revs too quickly. So it's all about rhythm and pace, and pacing your horse. You know, as you said, it's quite noisy here. It's a fresh day. The wind is slightly in our face at this point. When we get top of the hill, I'd reckon it'll change and it might be behind you, but it's something to bear in mind that for the first half of the race, it might be better with a little bit of cover and following something. We have a lot of horses in this race, Fran, that certainly have made the running in their races. We saw Search for a Song, who's trying to be a 2-in-a-row winner, and we haven't had many of those. Trying to give our trainer Dermot Well the record equaling 9th St. Leger. But she sort of pulled herself to the front last year. So those are the sort of things that can happen. Ideally, you're not going to have a lot of pace. They'll be hoping to get her to settle, I guess. Hoping to get her settled, but maybe they've taken a view now that she's more retractable in front rather than behind. We spoke about Gayat yesterday, how he relaxes in front. She just might be that kind of filly. We know she's got a big engine. She hasn't done it to the top level this year, but master trainer, he knows what it takes to win this race. He won it 4 times in Finney Row in the past. He could well win a second one, but she'll need to be on her A game. And obviously we know what Sovereign did here last year. He went away and nobody saw him. No, he was gone. When he won the Irish Derby, that was one of the most remarkable races that you could see at the highest level. He took off, went a long ways clear, never came back. That's the beauty of the Curragh, Dara. It can suit any horse. You know, if you've got the horse that is on a going day and he hits the traps and everything's going his way, you can make the running, you can drop in. It's just one of the fairest tracks you could ever ride in the world. Is there any horse in this, Fran, that there's a doubt about whether it will stay? Micromanage, maybe. maybe micromanaged trained by Willie Mullins. He's got to prove that he really stays at a true trip. He's won over 1.1 miles. He was impressive over 1.5 miles last year. He had a comeback run over 1.6 here, but in a slowly run race. A true gallop today. It's going to be interesting. He's by Rip Van Winkle. He was a miler. He's just a different setup for him today. If he stays, he could be very good.
Right, we're going to swing around, have a look how the race might develop further down the track. Right, Fran, we're here now between the 5 and the 4. You can see this, the way it's dropping down from the height there, and we're going to be sweeping around the bend, around the 4, and suddenly you're going to see the straight in front of you. And the race is starting to take shape now, isn't it?
It is indeed, Dara. You know, we've seen the start of the Irish St. Leger, the Comer Group St. Leger. You've had a long run down the back. You're climbing to the top of the hill here, the highest point of the track for the 6 to the 5. And it's this point from the 5 down that people are beginning to make their moves, thinking the next step. The home straight is only 2 furlongs away. And you just want to get in a position that you're following. If you're in behind, following the right horse is going to bring you into the race. You don't want to get stuck behind something that's coming back, struggling, that could make you lose your pitch, and then you've lost the race. And it's a key point to the track on the round course. This.
Can you win a race from the front here? I'd imagine, as a layman looking, so the revs are beginning to, the speed is beginning to pick up. Will a front runner trying to win from the front have stacked them up and maybe be trying to steal a bit of ground coming down here?
It's the one thing about the Curragh, the round track here is the fairest track in the world. Pace is obviously in every race very important, but if you're on a nice front running horse that's relaxing for you and you're not getting unduly hassled too soon, you can set your own fractions. We see here today the wind is behind you. That's going to help you all the way down to straight. And we seen Search for a Song last year's winner. Chris Hayes was no pace on early on the race. She was keen. He let her go on, looked to be going too quick, but she kept going.
Yeah. Where are we seeing, where do we think they might be coming down here? Twilight Payment has been winning his races from the front.
He has. Twilight Payment's there. Fujairah Prince could be handy. With Barbados can go forward. Micromanage, he'll be following for Willie Mullins. He's an interesting horse. He's the horse we'll talk about later on. Sovereign, the Irish Derby winner, of course, Shock One. He's been in good form. He looks prime for a run. I can see it developing into quite a tightly bunched contest, but I would agree with you. Twilight Payment, Search for a Song, she's got to relax and perhaps might just let her go. You don't know, but it's going to be a fascinating tactical race, and with the 8 runners, there could be little moves at this point that could make the difference at the end.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. We'll head down along that way and have a look how it might unfold. Right, well, we've seen from the longest trip, Fran, now we're here. We're just at the 6 furlong marker and the 5 furlong start for the Derrenstown stud, Flying 5, completely different operation here.
Totally different operation, Dara. We're at the minimum distance for horse racing, the fastest you can get. Less than a minute to run this trip. The Curragh track for 5 furlongs is one of the stiffest 5 furlong tracks. There's a slight climb, we'll see that later on. The last furlong in particular does have a good rise, which can alter the complexion of the race in the last 100 yards possibly if they've gone hard early. But it's all about getting out of these stalls very quickly. If you miss a beat out of gates, keep an eye on Make a Challenge later today. He's the main Irish protagonist in this race. He's developed a little bit of a tendency to get upset in the gates. He got away with it against inferior opposition in Navan on his last start, but if he misses the start today, he won't win. He has to jump well, and if he does that, he's a big contender.
And we spoke earlier, say from the Leger start, 1.6 miles. You have time if, you know, whatever your plans are, but it's such a fair track, you have time to sort yourself out. You mentioned there over 5, you do not. Is there a place you don't want to be, or is it just you don't want to get behind?
You just don't want to get behind. You need to break on terms at least. Even if your horse is going to get tapped for pace at some stage of the race, at least you get out of the traps and you're into your stride. Then you can judge it, rate your horse. If he's not able to lie up with the early fractions, you can just ease back and give him a chance to try and get on his feet and say hopefully he can build into it for the second half of that contest. But it's very much with 5 furlong races a case of nearly take it as it comes, because it can all change out of start.
We have a lot of viewers obviously that don't necessarily watch racing week in, week out, and what they might know is that sometimes there are things called a track bias depending on what side of the draw you are. And so I was wondering, what's the Curragh like in that regard, and what side here would you be heading down towards home?
Well, as you can see, at the minute for the first race, there's big field, 22 runners. The stalls are completely across the track. For the Flying 5, 15, 16 runners, they're going to be set in the middle. theoretically, the stand side, the closer you get to the stand side rail is definitely the best place to be in a sprint. But with the stalls in the middle, that negates that to some extent, and it's more pace dependent. You need to be around wherever the fastest horses are to bring you into the race.
And why is the stand side? Is it just the quickest part of the ground?
Well, we'll see when we get up to the furlong pole and the winning post. There is a slight camber, and it just seems to be the quickest part of the ground. And whatever it is, whether horses like racing along against that rail, or it's hard for the opposition to get around you, but it just seems to give you an advantage.
Well, I think that's what we'll do, Fran. Let's head down and have a look. Fran, here we are, and viewers, this is where it happens. Your nose has to be in front on this line. We can see the rise here, and this is quite a serious rise. If you kick for home too early and you think you're there, I would imagine you could be sitting on a horse 50 yards from home and going, uh-oh.
Dara, it can all change, and you can see why it can change here. People look at the race to the Curragh over the years. You can see horses getting caught late on by fast finishing horses, and it's all to do with this last 150 metres. You get racing from the 2 furlong marker, 400 metres to go. You get running with your horse. Maybe you've had to commit sooner than what you would have liked, and then you're faced with this climb, and it can get a bit lonely and you get a bit tiring. And if you start to idle a bit, there's a bit going on. The stands are here, you know, you're getting under it, and if you begin to run out of stamina, this hill takes it out of you. And I've often got to this point in front, and I've gone by there not in front, and it's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. But that's what makes the Curragh a true test. You know, you've tracks everywhere have their own characteristics. We keep said throughout our walk of the Curragh how fair it is, and this is what makes it fair, because it allows the horse an opportunity to get into full flow. There's no kinks, you have plenty of time to get organised, but it does test out and find out the best horse in this last furlong.
We were down towards the start of the Leopardstown stud Flying 5, and you suggested that we may be coming up here at the stand rail finishing off. Tell us why that would be. What's the idea behind it?
Well, with the stalls are in the middle today, so it'll be very much dependent where the pace is in the race. But there's a good bit of pace from the English challengers. They're drawing the high stalls there towards the stand side. Number 1 stall is on the left, on this left-hand side here. I think if I was drawn high today, given the ground is on the slow side of good, the further you go over to the stand side rail, it's usually the quicker ground. The camber just rolls this way, hence the higher ground is the drier ground. And it just seems to always be that little bit quicker. If I was given the option with a high draw today in a sprint race, I would be getting hard against our stands rail, trying to get the best ground. And also you've got a rail to run with, and horses generally have a tendency maybe to go left more than right, so it helps them run straight and true.
And in the Combo Group International St. Leger, you're going to be coming from a different way. You're obviously going to be travelling around on the rail. So will they continue up the rail?
Yes, yeah. On the round track, it definitely, unless it gets very, very soft, you forfeit ground by coming across. That's the difference. And, you know, you turn in, if you've made a running, you'll try and stay on this rail. The rest of the field will have to come around you to go challenge you, and you'll be able to guide your horse and pick him up, hopefully in your own time if you're travelling well enough. But you'll see it at the back-end meetings in the late autumn here, maybe October, when the ground gets heavy, that they might swing across to the far side. But given the width of the track, it's a long way to go, so you're better off staying this side and making best use of the rail position.
Okay, it's going to be very, very interesting, Fran. 4 Group 1s, a fantastic day of racing. It won't be long now. Yeah, that was really good from Fran there. Just fantastic, all that years of experience. You go out and you walk on that track and you see the undulations. And just to have a bit of an idea, whether you are a keen follower of racing or, like a lot of our viewers, not so experienced in watching it, what the jockeys might be thinking. Now, I reckon you're going to have an interest in what we have up next. It's Jarlath O'Regan has been bringing us a lot of interviews from the Champions Couch. And here now he's got the Trailblazers. We've got Jessica Harrington, Tracy Collins and Jennifer Pugh.
Welcome back to the Champions Couch with me, Jarlath Regan. We don't have a couch, it's socially distanced, so everybody's in their chairs. We've Jennifer Pugh and Jessica Harrington joining us today on the couch. Jennifer, this must have been a very tricky time for you. This is racing as much change as both of you have seen over the years. This is racing as we've never known it, right?
Very much so. I think everything in everyone's life at the moment is as we've never known it, and racing is no exception, so it's completely different.
You've been instrumental in kind of designing it to work and a way that people can come and still enjoy it?
There's been a huge team of people involved in both HRI and IHRB to get things back and up and rolling. We have lots of challenges still ahead, but we are racing and the core people are here, and the people who are able to make a living at this sport are here, and that's what's really important at the moment for now.
Well, Jessica, you obviously didn't start in racing. It was 3-day eventing was what you began in, but was racing always part of your life?
Yeah, it was always part of my life. You know, my family had always had racehorses as well as show jumpers and eventers, so I was brought up on a sort of broad base of horses, basically.
And was it a case, and I guess this is open for both of you, that certainly when I was growing up in the 80s, it did feel like a hugely macho male place, to the extent that I nearly felt like I wasn't welcome at the track, even as a young boy. Did you have that kind of feeling as to it being this is an old boys club?
I suppose, yes. When I started, you know, when I started training, there were very few women trainers, or what they like to call female trainers. I'm not sure what they call us nowadays. But, you know, it was, you know, definitely, I've been training now 30 years. I started in 89. And, you know, there were very few women trainers, and everyone then, the whole of the you know, the turf club, the stewards, the clerks of the courses, the doctors, everyone, male.
Right.
The majority of, you know, virtually all the trainers were, jockeys were. There were very few. I think Joanna Morgan was about the only female jockey that, and then you had, you know, you had the Rooney sisters, Anne and Rosemary. But other than that, there were very, very few.
So this is, our panel here today is kind of categorised and classed as the trailblazers in this racing industry. But when something is that entrenched in its traditions and culture, it is hard to blaze a trail. Surely, Jennifer, to start with, there must have been a part of you that thought, do I really even want to go there? There's other places that are much more open to change.
Yeah, I suppose looking at the world of medicine, when I started in Queen's University, we were the first year, that was 98, where it was 50-50 of the new entrants were male, female. Because up until that point, the world of medicine had been predominantly male, and still is. We're starting to see that shift from my generation now coming through, where there are more females, and there are more and more females in medicine holding higher positions and getting to consultant and professorship and management roles. So there's definitely been a shift in medicine along that, and then again along with racing, I think we're seeing that as well. You know, our senior vet is a female, our head of legal is a female, our head of HR and head of admin are female in the IHRB office. So we are, you know, we're definitely seeing a shift. But Jessie's right, predominantly back when we were growing up, coming racing and watching racing, this was men.
It is extraordinary when you consider that this should have been the place where we celebrated the equality of the sportsmanship within it, without using the term sportsman in its literal term, that women and men compete side by side without any division or odd given. Why is there seen, you tell me, Jessica, why is there no differentiation made there? Like, why don't we say in this sport, oh, well, men are stronger, like there'd be a stronger jockey in that case? Where does that come from? And for the viewer that's unaware of this.
Well, it's an extraordinary thing, because you look, and Rachel Blackmore is a real flagship of female jockeys, because she's rather like me. She said, I'm a jockey. And we all play on a level playing field. It's not as though that, you know, I get a start of 7 extra winners at the beginning of the year, an allowance because I'm a woman, and rather no more than Rachel gets 7 extra winners at the beginning because she's a woman. You know, we all start on the same level playing field. I think it's been very, very slow to move. It was horse racing. If you look back through history, it was totally male dominated. I think in England, they actually went to the House of Lords to get a woman to be able to hold a trainer's license. And it was very nearly the same over here. I remember growing up, and there was a lady called St John Nolan, and she, I was known as Mrs. St John Nolan, but anyway, and she trained horses, but the license was held in her headman's name because a woman could not hold the license. And I think, I'm trying to think back, I think that never changed until at least the 60s. You can see how far back, you know, and it was the same in England.
It's extraordinary, especially when you see it now and how, you know, how things have changed and how that change is still filtering through.
So I think we're still fighting those stereotypes. Jessica has mentioned Rachel Blackmore, and I think what sets her apart is really, you know, steely determination and a huge work ethic. I think every jockey, everybody needs a massive work ethic. If you don't have that, you know, inherent to you, there's no point in coming into this sport in any aspect, whether you're working as a stable, a groom, a trainer, you know, a head travelling person, anyone in the office or the administrative jobs. You have to be prepared to put in the hours. But you do have to be tough. There's no point in saying you don't have to be tough to be in this sport, because you do, because the knocks are very heavy, both the physical and the mental knocks.
Yeah, resilience has come up again and again, Jessica, when we talk to people here on the Champions Couch. My father, who was a trainer himself, used to look at Premier League managers and go, who'd be a Premier League manager? And I'd look at him and go, who would be a trainer? Because the odds are stacked against you. The work never ends, and so much can go wrong. You surely have had moments where you've thought, to hell with this.
Yeah, you do get that. But, you know, I will say this, that one thing, you're only as good as your last winner. So, you know, you've had a winner, that's brilliant. There's another race, the next half an hour later, someone else has had a winner. and then you go from one day to the next day, and you finish that day and you think, God, I had a great day today. And then you'll have a bloody disaster the next day. You know, everything will go wrong. But it's the ups and the downs. And, you know, who would do it? Would you feel like saying, Haldane, it's a love, it's a passion, and that's the thing. And it's a drug. That's the worst thing. It's a serious drug, because you can't do without it. You love the, I love the highs, and to enjoy the highs, you have to have the lows, and you deal with the lows.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I think it is also, people I don't think realize, the press, the media, they're very hard, they are very quick to judge. If a jockey's having a bad time, a trainer's having a bad time, oh, he's a has-been. He hasn't trained a winner for X amount of days. Oh, that jockey, he must be riding badly. And there's an outside pressures as well as the pressure you put yourself under, which is enormous, really, because you want to do well. So therefore, I tend to put myself under pressure because I like putting myself under pressure, probably. I'm an idiot. But, you know, it's the pressure not only from your own place doing, and your pressure that you want to do well for your staff, your stable, your owners. And then, you know, you get the media and the press knocking you because you just...
Social media.
You know, they don't know that maybe something was wrong in your stable 2 weeks ago, and that's why now the horses aren't running well. And nobody knows sometimes the jockey is going through a bad spell because something's happened in his own private life. That's none of their business, but they judge people on what they see.
Yeah, and obviously, Jennifer, you are dealing with that too. That's an aspect of the health of the people involved in this game that is now, I think, more so in sport now. We're addressing what you're talking about, Jessica, which is the full 360-degree view of those taking part. And yes, it must be great to go, there's another winner in the next half an hour. But as I raised with the jockeys on the Champions Couch, that must be tough too, because there's the never getting to enjoy the moment of winning. You're on to the next thing. And also there's the isolation and loneliness of it all being on you. Do you address that, and do you get to help jockeys and maybe even trainers with this side of the sport?
Yeah, you certainly see the impact of that across the board in this sport. I think it's the same for a lot of sports, that sports people are naturally ultra competitive people, and there'll be nobody more harsh or critical on that person than themselves. And you would agree with that, Jessica?
Yeah,
It's your
I would,
own
yeah.
competitive, your own ambition. What you go home and analyse that race and watch it 500 times and think, how did I pull my stick through? Was I in the wrong position? Did I get the pace wrong? All the different questions that you have. But in the way society is now, you go and look for that rather than maybe self-evaluating or going back to your trainer or your father or someone that you trust. You get judged by social media, and you go on to Twitter and you see 100 different people who've lost money on your horse criticising you. People, you'll be the old fabulous armchair jockey, but that really sits with people, because people of that certain generation now absolutely live their lives through social media channels and through the
100%.
press. And so one line written, you know, someone could win, have 3 or 4 winners that day and absolutely make a mess of the last race. That's all they will go home, and that's all they will dwell on. And that's just the nature of sport and competitiveness. But it's fickle. It's the loyalty that maybe would have been there 20, 30 years ago isn't there. It's the same. Look at Premiership football managers. They're tossed over and turned over, you know, mid-season, never mind getting to the end of a season.
I never even thought
So
about that.
there's no chance to rest on your laurels and enjoy the good days, and then the bad days are really haunting because they have such ramifications for you.
Trainer TRACEY Collins now joins us. TRACEY, you know exactly what we're talking about here when we say the pressure of trying to beat a bad run. And I think a lot of viewers don't really know what it's like to be a trainer who hasn't had a winner in a while and is trying to get over that hump. When you're in that position, are you second guessing yourself, or do you get to a point in your career where you're like, look, there's rough with smooth and this will pass as well?
I think you actually put it very well. There's rough with smooth. And the one thing about being a trainer is if you're not confident in your own ability going forward, like, you have to have confidence, and you have to exude confidence in your own training ability. And you can have a bad run and you're looking for that winner. And I suppose with social media and everything now, if you don't run in the numbers, yeah, you're saying you're on a bad roll. But they don't actually get that you could have had your last 4 or 5 runners or 6 runners could have been second, third, fourth, beaten a short head, beaten a neck, and then all of a sudden your horses aren't running well. Well, actually they are running well, but they're just not getting their head over the line. So yeah, you can put a lot of pressure on yourself, and that's why it's very important to have a good team behind you. And your family, I'm very lucky, I have a very good family basis, and like, you know, you have to have your own belief, but you have to have a good backbone as well, and you have to be able to take the pressure.
That team that you mentioned there is kind of something that I was only woken up to this year when I got to do the Stable Staff Awards and really see the vastness of the construct that's beneath, the roots that produce the horse on the day. How many people do you have working for yourself at the moment, Jessica? First of all, in the yard, but how many would you estimate are connected to it, whether it's farriers or other veterinary staff?
I would be plus over 60.
Over 60.
Between, I've got the people who work in the yard, the people that come in and ride out every morning, who don't work for me full time, and then you've got the ancillary staff, you've got your veterinary, you've got your groundsman, the tractor driver, you've got your farriers, you've got the people that deliver the feed stuff for the horses, the hay, all the, you know, it's amazing. It's actually not just you that got the business, it's the business that you generate throughout the industry. And also from my point of view, I hadn't realized until there was a program done, because I live right out in the country, I'm not on the Curragh, I'm down in Moon, and it's all the things like the fact that the lads coming in the morning, they get a breakfast roll from the local garage or the local, the village shop, you know, and on the way back out, they'll buy a paper or they'll buy a bottle of water. It's just keeping, you know, they'd say to me, you don't know how much business you give us.
Yeah, through
you know,
all of
and
this
I'd never really
knock-on
thought
effect.
about it.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it at all.
Well, I think there's a lot in this, right, that we see on the day. Whatever we've watched, we've seen a horse cross the line, and you know, the viewer may have had a couple of quid on this one and that one, but that kind of swan frantically paddling under the water to get the horse to there is a part of this sport that we just don't know about. What do you think, TRACEY, would be the most surprising thing if a member of the public was to come and actually see what it takes to get a horse to the track?
Well, I'd say, like, you know, we had put up a video there not long ago about getting a horse from A to Z and trying to get him to the winner's enclosure. Not every horse is going to win. It's very important that people see their horses en route. And like, from the time that, like, to take an animal that has never actually had a cloth on its back to all of a sudden coming up the Curragh and winning with Ronan Whelan or Shane Foley on his back with 10 stone on his back or 9-7, and to get them to go from learning their trade from walking like a kid walking through their stages. And horses are like that. Like, you have to bring them the whole way through. You have to teach them how to gallop up sides. You have to teach them how to gallop in behind. Stall work, getting them into the horse box. Like, you know, it's a huge thing. And people just see the finished product on the race course. And they don't realise that sometimes it could be 18 months of getting them to that stage. And that's not even taking it from the breeders who originally sat down with a pen and paper and decided, well, I'm going to mate this mare with that. And it starts from there. So it's a huge progression to a horse getting to the track.
I certainly remember from my childhood that my father would have a horse that just wasn't interested in a certain aspect of it. That he would get to the front and didn't want to go any further, or would get to the stalls and wouldn't load. I mean, what do you do in that situation when you're dealing with an animal who you can't reason with? What is the tactic there? I mean, certainly there has to be a part of it that, like, this horse is what it is. How do we fix this?
Well, listen, we try to fix it. We try and see what their problem is. Are they frightened? Are they just being stubborn? You know, they're just like, I always think the Earlington to 2-year-olds when they came in, they're just like kids. You know, you get them to go to school and they get sick and then they don't like doing this and they hate doing that and they loathe maths. If they loathe maths, I don't like those starting stalls. You know, you have to take them through all the stages. You know, and are they doing something out of fear because they've got a fright somewhere which you don't know about? Or are they doing it out of pain? They can't tell you. You know, some horses run away. Are they running away because they're bold? Or are they running away because they're running away from pain? So there's lots of aspects of the whole thing that you've got to look at. You know, as I say, you've got to try and look inside their head and then think outside the box and somehow come up with a solution.
I mean, we've heard from, I know in my own industry I've had accounts from different women who said that they just weren't listened to when they were correct on something. And they were trying to give that advice to someone who just simply wouldn't listen because it was coming from them. And they would have to pass that information to a male colleague in order for it to be listened to. Do any of you encounter that still at all? A little bit of, I'll see for myself, I don't entirely trust a female opinion.
I'd ring up and want to talk to Johnny. And Johnny was in the office all day. So that was a great help.
He's got no answers in there.
Why they want to talk to me about their horses? That was because they weren't comfortable talking to a woman.
Right.
But that has changed, I think.
Okay.
They definitely used to. They would much rather talk to Johnny when I first started.
I think Jessie's paved the way, in fairness. Like, you know, she's a massive ambassador for women in the sport. But I also think that realistically, whether you're a man or a woman, if you're good enough at your job, you should be taken on face value. And with the ladies in racing at the moment, starting from Nina Carberry up to now Holly Doyle in sport, we're being given a very level playing field, which it should be. But I think Jessie has a lot to do with that. I think she's paved the way a fair bit.
Are you optimistic, Jennifer, about the future for women in this, you know, uniquely male-entrenched sport? Big campaign this year, 2020, was Can't See, Can't Be. We're certainly seeing examples for young women to emulate. That must certainly give you a bit of hope.
Yeah, I think so. I'd say even my own experience, I'm still very new in this job, and I would say probably that you two have set a trail and you're much further established along your career than what I am. So I would say that there'd be times in the last 18 months when I might have said, would my predecessor have been asked that? But then is that because I'm a female, or is it because I'm new? And people you have to earn those stripes, I think, and you have to keep your head down at this stage. And I think certainly we've had such fabulous role models, both either side of me here, but you've mentioned Nina Carberry and Katie Walsh, and you see Rachel Blackmore now, you see with Holly Doyle, 8 winners last weekend in the UK. So it's definitely, there are people to aspire to now, both in the training fields, both in the administrative roles, as well as on the track. And that definitely gives people confidence, I think, and a little bit of, something to aspire to. And that's been through to a lot of hard work from people who've gone before us.
I nearly don't like asking these questions in some ways, because certainly when you meet women in Irish racing, many of them are like, just get on with it. That's what we're trying to do, is just get on with it, and these are the facts. It's not something that affects things day to day. Certainly in the saddle, it seems like the horse is doing an awful lot of the work, correct? Am I wrong? Like, I'm going back to this question, which comes up on another panel, that AP McCoy said to me, he reckoned it might be 80% horse, 20% jockey. What estimate would you guys put on it?
Well, if the horse is no good, the horse is no good.
It depends on the horse.
No jockey is going to, or trainer is going to improve.
Trainer going to
If
make
it's
it.
just no good, there's nothing they can do about it.
What's the great saying? You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Yeah.
But an average horse, you can probably, hopefully, with a bit of luck, you might make it if you get it fit and you get in the right frame of mind and you have the jockey, everything goes well on the day. Yes, you can get it to aspire to a level.
Right.
The other thing is you can say every horse has a level.
Okay, so it's about finding the right context.
It's finding the right level, whether it be in the bottom end, which is the most competitive level, or at the top end. But like, I have a thing that horses, I don't know whether TRACEY said it, but I said horses usually handicap themselves.
Really?
However smart you might think you are at getting something handicapped, actually at the end of the day, they handicap themselves because that's as good as they are.
The thing that comes across in all of these conversations is this underlying and underpinning love, sometimes obsession, that people in this game have for it. Now, Jennifer, that must be hard enough to deal with as a medical officer when there's people that are utterly obsessed and completely driven to win, that they want to put aside some pain that they're in. I mean, you must see it time and time again.
Yeah.
People that shouldn't be in the saddle, but are like, I really want to win.
Yeah, a hugely driven bunch. And you do find that a great difference between somebody having their first injury and the apprentice or the conditional versus somebody who's been around for 10, 15 years, who have done it the wrong way and who have told lies and pushed themselves where they shouldn't have.
Actual lies?
Well, as in, does this hurt? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, half-truths.
Yeah. Half-truths.
I see one finger, but actually I've seen three.
But I think there's been a huge shift in recent years, mostly probably from my predecessor, Dr. McGoldrick, in that there's a lot more trust there now. So they kind of know that my job is not to stop you from racing, it's to get you back as quickly as possible. And that's the mantra that we hammer home to them. But somebody who's later in their career, who has confidence, who's not necessarily battling for rides, who has had their success and knows that those rides that they will wait for them when they come back. But if you're an apprentice on a bit of a roll and you have an injury, it is near now impossible to tell them you need another week with this. And they are quite unique. They will ride through, I suppose I would always say, once you're safe to ride, if you can go through that pain and you're not going to put yourself or anybody else at a risk, then you probably are okay to go back racing. But it's a constant battle and trying to do what's right for them, and plus trying to tell somebody at that age, this injury will come against you in 5 or 10 years' time. They don't care. They're in the now, hugely driven, hugely addicted. So yeah, trying to find that balance.
I mean, I certainly feel like the constant turnover of race meetings, opportunities, is an attraction to the viewers. Certainly for me, as a fan of the sport, I love that aspect of tomorrow's another day. But it must make it hard at times, certainly in the bigger days, to feel like anything ever is celebrated or ever lived in. You ever not really in the moment because you've got to be in Goran tomorrow? Do you ever feel a little bit of that?
I celebrate.
I celebrate. No. Absolutely, I'm with Jessie. No, whether it be a 0 to 65, whether we're very.
Yes.
When you get your highs, you take them.
Right.
Because there's plenty of times that you think that you're going to win and you don't. So no.
No, you celebrate, don't worry.
Yeah.
Plenty
no,
of it.
absolutely. Yeah.
Definitely you celebrate.
Those highs
The
carry
next day I was going to say that, you can take it out, as my walking friends have said to me, you're very bad for my livers. You keep, since racing start, you keep having winners and we keep having to celebrate them.
Yeah.
Well, I really hope you get to celebrate this Champions Weekend, both of you. And thank you so much, Jennifer, Tracy and Jessica, for joining us on the Champions Couch. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. I think we got a big insight into a lot of aspects of the game here today. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, Jim Bulger's box is just right here. And here's Max Sweeney walking off the box. Group 2 winner here at Curragh's last start. He beat yesterday's winner, Cadillac, by half a length on testing ground. Look at him, he's a big, fine, strong individual. Really, really impressive. He runs at the Group 1 National Stakes today. He's got a live chance. And joining me now is Ger Flynn, travelling head lad to Jim Bulger. Ger, he looks a picture.
Yeah, he's in good form. He looks well, Fran. We're hoping for a good run, please God. You know, and the ground looks beautiful ground out there today for him. So he was good the last day, so if he can do the same again today, we'd be happy.
And Ger, with some casual viewers today, you can see that the horse travelled up very well. He's boots on for protection, so he didn't kick himself in. It's all
Yeah,
part
we
of the
tape
routine.
his feet so they don't move. Their shoes are aluminium shoes, so they're very light. So basically, we put the tape on to stop the shoes moving. The boots are there so he doesn't hurt himself or kick a joint, because if they kick a joint on the way up, it inflames like you or an ankle, and you can't run. And it's a very important race. There's only one national stakes a year, so you have to take every precaution to get here today and run.
All the precautions. And what will he do now between now and race time?
Well, Tom will give him a little walk around there now, settle him in, put him in, give him a drink of water, and basically just stay with the horse all day until he runs leave the stable yard about 45 minutes before his race, and just pray hopefully he runs a good race.
Indeed, and the stable in great form the last month, and a lovely winner, Halimi, winning yesterday.
Halimi won yesterday. It was great to get him. Kevin gave him a super ride. Great to get it for Godolphin on the big day. And as you know, it's Champions Weekend. Every race is ultra competitive.
And of course, Jim Bulger's won this race numerous occasions. How does this horse compare to some of them?
Well, if he's as good as his father, he'll do.
He will
His father
indeed.
won it. We just want to get Andy Bridie off the lorry here. This is the filly
Great.
runs in the Michael.
Very good. Now we see Andy Bridie coming down off the box. She, of course, runs in the Meigler Stud Stakes, Group 1, 2-year-old for fillies over 7 furlongs. She won here to Curragh on her only start, Ger, I think.
Only start, Fran, yeah. Her first start was up to Curragh here over 6 furlongs, and she won. Today at 7, she's stepping up a furlong. We're very happy with her. Hopefully she'll put up a good show. There's some very good fillies in it. And look, as they used to say years ago, if you're not in, you can't win. So
Yeah, and she made a good impression when she won, and she showed a good attitude on that occasion.
she did. She showed a very good attitude, and she was willing. And Kevin went to the front and did everything right. And the filly, you know, she was a willing partner, and she tried. So stepping up the extra furlong now is obviously an issue, but hopefully, please God, she'll stay. You know, she's by Camacho out of a Galileo mare, so you'd imagine she would stay 7 furlongs. You know?
And Jerry, you do this job every day, but weekends like this really get a kick out of it, I'd say.
Oh, look, this is what you come for, Fran. This is the big, like there's £3.5 million worth of prize money on offer this weekend. It's fantastic. And the way the country is, it gives everybody a lift, especially people working in racing. You know, they're championship races every race. It's like it's the All-Ireland final for us here now today. And, you know, we're coming in as a Mayo today. Normally you come here as a Dublin with a real live, you know, 6-4, 7-4 chance. But, you know, look at, you know, if you're not in it to be here, this is what it is for the rainy mornings, the frosty mornings, the snow mornings, is to come here and have a horse to compete, you know. So, you know, and like Auntie Bridie, there's David and the boys, Owner and Johnny, and they've put a lot of work into her for small money, and they're turning up on the big day today, so it's brilliant for them, you know.
Dream-like stuff. Listen,
Dream
best of
stuff,
luck.
Fran.
Best
Thanks
of-
very
best
much,
of luck.
Fran. Thank you.
Ger. Thank you.
Best of luck. Take care. No problem.
Fantastic content there. We had first Jarlath Regan on the Champions Couch with our Trailblazers. I thought it was a brilliant interview with Jessica Harrington, Tracy Collins and Jennifer Pugh. Just the paths they've taken and the trail they are blazing. And Fran then with Ger Flynn, that was really interesting. You know, this was like the players coming into the tunnel, you know, getting ready. And it was just interesting, you know, to see how they prep him. And of course, it's very interesting here in the Curragh, you know, the way it's set up and how the horses come back out on the track under the tunnel and that.
Yeah, very much so, Dara. And just the tenseness of getting the horse here. This is the last piece of the puzzle, is getting him from the home environment up to the racetrack. That transport, you see the care that's taken just to make sure there's no mishaps. And it has happened. You know, horses tend to get a little bit wound up in a box. As Jar said, they might knock themselves, hence the foam around the legs and the tape on the feet, and every precaution is taken just to get here in tip-top shape.
Yeah, well, presuming everything we're picking today, Fran, makes it here anyway, we're going to try and provide, well, a bit of an idea. You're going to start us off. You're the expert, so hopefully they'll forget what I tipped after you've given 3 winners.
Indeed, yes, and I can't even remember how we went yesterday. But we'll start with the hardest race of the day to decipher, and it's my horse that I picked out early in the week. It's called Kipling, trained by Aidan O'Brien. 22-runner handicap, but I think this horse is better than a handicap. I think his rating of 91, he was a very impressive winner at Navan his last start. He's had interrupted preparation. He had 2 very good runs last year as a 2-year-old. He had a comeback run in Roscommon, he needed that. And you can see here Seamus Heffernan in the purple colours of Derek Smith, just picking him up. He pulled his whip through his right hand here, and he was momentarily green. You can see the way he just parks, but when he puts the whip down, and he really just seems like the penny drops. So this is over a mile, Dara, and see the way he's stretched out here. The horse running on in 4th there on the far rails for Ger Lyons, won by 4 or 5 lengths in Navan on Thursday. So the form's got a good boost already. This horse is rated 91. On the back of that, he's only had the 4 starts to date. And I think, given his breeding, there's any amount of improvement to come. He's got a nice weight of 8 stone 8 and a wide-ish straw, which is not ideal, but maybe given his lack of experience, might be better out there to give him a chance to work into it. Yeah. And I do think he's a possible group horse in the making.
Yeah, which is the sort of horse you're looking for in a race like this that might be unexposed. Was interesting, Aidan O'Brien mentioned Keats as potentially better than he's shown so far earlier in the week, but he'd probably need to show us better than we've seen.
Yeah, Keats is a horse I like a lot. I think this fast run nature of this race will suit him and a bigger field. He's been found himself in front in smaller fields, and he just hasn't had enough company maybe to get him into top gear. He's a similar profile in that he's an unexposed 3-year-old relatively. It gets crucial weight for age. Being a 3-year-old, he's taken on his elders. He gets an allowance for that, for his immaturity, and he's definitely a player, but he's got to give, I think, 8 or 9 pounds to his stable companion. I'm not sure there's that much of a difference between them at home.
A horse that I like in this, but I'd be a little concerned about the drying ground, just in that all his best form is Helvic Dream, Noel Meads. 3rd, was it a nose and a nose behind So Wonderful and Uphellian. We saw how well Uphellian ran yesterday again. But it's not to say he won't go on it, but just all that form is on a little bit more of an ease, isn't it?
It is, yes. He'd be down class last year. He won a couple of times, particularly in Roscommon on very soft ground. He's been doing very well this year. That was a huge run the last day in that Lister race. As you said, has worked out very well. Like So Wonderful was taught good enough to run the Matron Stakes yesterday, Group 1. Alpelia, Group 3 placed. Makes an attractive proposition, but the drying ground, plus side to Doe for him, he's stepping up in distance today. He's gone from a mile up to 10 furlongs, so the combination of extra distance might just allow him that he travels better and could get away with this ground. There's a theory in racing that most horses can go on ground that's better than maybe what they want once or twice, and he's yet to race it. So it's lovely ground out there. There's no quickness or firmness in it, so he could well get away with it.
Yeah, and we were out there and there's lovely cushion and everything.
Yeah.
And as you said, maybe it's the stamina test he wants necessarily rather than more than. But anyway, that's the great thing about races. We'll find out.
He's an improving horse, though.
Okay, next up for you.
Yes, next up for me is Thundering Knights, I think, isn't it? It's Master C, should I say. Of course, I should have said that. My pick of the day. The English challenger, Charlie Appleby, was out of luck with Gayet yesterday. This is his best 2-year-old. He's probably the highest regarded 2-year-old in England. Here he has won the Superlative Stakes at Newmarket. Aidan O'Brien had a horse in this there that ran disappointing. Tom Dascombe's horse in second, the Orange, is a good yardstick. But it's the way this horse lengthens, Dara, up the hill here in Newmarket in the last half furlong. See the way he's stretched. He's just put 3 lengths between himself and the rest of the field, and the way he gallops through the winning line. See the way he powers through the winning line there. He's really only getting into top gear, and the pennies begin to drop with him. He's a high reputation. Trainer won it with Pinatubo last year. I think he won it the year before as well, or he's won it at least twice. He targets this race.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, he's grabbing the ground, isn't he?
Yeah.
And is that an uphill climbing.
Yes, yeah.
So it's similar to here.
Wouldn't be dissimilar. It might be a bit easier early on. It's a little bit downhill to get to the dip before you meet the rising ground, but that's a good test the last furlong there, and he went through the line in taking fashion, and the horse that was second has gone on to Frank to form since, so it gives a good level of, you know, back form to that race.
Yeah, and I guess who you know, it is a competitive heat, isn't it? You know, Jessica Harrington had a big winner yesterday with Cadillac. Should be hoping Lucky Vega gets on the mark.
Yes, and he's very entitled to be favoured now. Unfortunately, Battleground is out. He's a late withdrawal today. He's not right. And Lucky Vega is the short price favourite now, and is well entitled to be based on that Phoenix Stakes win in Group 1 company. He was very, very impressed here at this track, over 6 furlongs. He's a good relaxed demeanour, which would suggest he should get 7 furlongs. And if he does, and he improves for it, he could be a real superstar. And for a team that couldn't be going better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pity about Battleground. It would have made it a really, you know, the winner would have been like the champion stakes. You know, the winner you could put up on a pedestal.
Indeed, we had the best of obviously Jessica Harrington's one. We had probably the best 2-year-old in England coming, and what appears to be Aidan O'Brien's best 2-year-old, all taking each other on today. I thought we'd come out here today hoping we'd see a monstrous performance by one of them, that we'd have a Giddy's favourite going out, but we could still do. We could well do, but it's a shame the Battleground isn't here just to give a bit of depth to the form.
Okay, Ivera 3.
Yes, Ivera 3 is Thundering Knights in the second race today, the Blandford Stakes, trained by Joseph O'Brien. This filly won the Snow Ferry Stakes over 9 furlongs on her most recent start. You can see her here in the purple colours with the yellow stars on her sleeves. Look at the way she travels through this. A daughter of Thundering Knights is by the horse who won the Guineas with Kieran Fallon, of course, and this one has stretched really well. They won at Leopardstown on good ground, but I think the key to her, Dara, is the way she powered through soft ground on this occasion. She beat Albania, and in very, very good style. The extra furlong will really suit her well, up to 10 furlongs today. Just a little concerned that the ground has dried out since then. She really seems to get through soft ground very well, and she's by Night of Thunder, and they tend to thrive with the knees. The ground will be fine for her, but she might be more effective with more juice or softer ground.
Yeah, Night of Thunder has been a revelation, hasn't he, as a stallion?
Yeah, unbelievable, yeah. So the Dubawi's just done very, very well, and now he's the hot stallion. You know, he's made such a good start. Everybody wants him.
Okay, me now. That was the expert. Now we have the duffer. I like Cayenne Pepper in the Moyglare Jewels Blandford Stakes. We did think that she was, you know, everything suggested initially that she was maybe a 1.5 mile filly, and she was slower to come to hand, I think. But from what we've seen maybe since, maybe this third and furlongs is more what she was looking for. She ran a very big race in the Irish Oaks, which we're going to see here now. And you just see Shane Foley bringing her to the front here. And you're probably thinking here that she's going to go on and win the race. But what you see then is even so Colin Keane delivering on the outside. And while she beat everything else quite well, she just didn't have another gear and didn't have a response. It's still a very strong run, I think, you know, but I think they might have been just a little bit disappointed with that. It's, you know, it's second in an Irish Oaks. But she reminds me a little bit maybe of the magical type where she would be very strong at the 10.
Yes.
And that, you know, she's quite serviceable at a 1.5 miles, but maybe a strong 10 plays to her strengths. Probably a bit disappointing against Tarnawa subsequently after that, but I just think that maybe that was quite soon after that, having had that slow build-up. And I just think 10 furlongs, Fran, might be the key to her.
Yeah, it could well do. I thought, you know, given that the Irish Oaks that we've seen there was her second run back after that interrupted preparation, she was off the track for a long time. She has 3 runs now. She should be at her peak.
Yeah.
And today's trip back to 10 furlongs on a track like this at the Curragh should suit her very well. You got to remember the Irish Oaks. The horse was just behind her, Passion there. She runs the Irish St. Ledger later today. She won a Group 3 afterwards. So the form does stack up very solidly.
And it's interesting that One Voice, who was rated higher, but that Shane Foley picks Cayenne Pepper. So I think that's a sign itself.
It's a sure sign, and the betting is a bit flip-flop. You know, you thought Cayenne Pepper would have been shorter. The last time I looked this morning, she was 5-1. One Voice was 7-2. Shane Foley's a good judge. He's had a lot of faith in this filly since last year. Jessica Harrington had any amount of good 2-year-old fillies last season, but he always, anytime he spoke to him, he always said Cayenne Pepper was the one.
Yeah.
So she's got to do it now, and there's every chance that she could be primed today to peak.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up for me, it is, we talked about Cayenne Pepper too, Shale in the Moyglaire Stud Stakes. It's a very good race. Probably people should presume, I mean, I don't think people will argue with Pretty Gorgeous being favourite. I think there's a difference between the Silver Flash, which we're going to see here, and what came subsequently, and that's the ground, you know.
Yes.
And I think that was the, you know, or I'm hoping that's the big turnaround. Shale likes to get on with things and can be ridden very straightforward from the front. I thought this was very good, and they weren't surprised. It was a big prize winner, I think, but you know, they were expecting a very big run, and this is quite, you know, comfortable victory. But Pretty Gorgeous, and see how far the two of them come away. Now the next day, Pretty Gorgeous turns that around and wins by, I think, 2.5. But the difference for me is the ground and the way it's drying up here and quicker. Now I'm looking for a big turnaround, but I think from that to that, I think that's quite possible.
I'd have to agree with you. I think Pretty Gorgeous was exceptionally good on soft ground here last day. She's by a sire called Lawman. His progeny tend to thrive on soft conditions. And you can see the clip there we had for people at home that might have been looking at it. Shale's a little nimble mover, really light-footed, and in comparison, Pretty Gorgeous and that good ground just didn't seem to have the gears of Shale. But when you got softer ground, that's heavier set constitution of Pretty Gorgeous came into play. Good ground today. Shale will be back in her element, and I can see where you're coming from, most definitely.
You mentioned Lowman there. For viewers again, you know, we're talking about pedigrees, fathers and mothers, sires and dams. Does that pass on? Do those traits pass on?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. You can see it through the generations when you're riding, dealing with horses. You know, you can see sires of sires and families, whether it's traits, whether they've got a tendency to be nervous, relaxed, lazy. They're like human beings.
Yeah.
Every individual is different, but you can trace back the bloodlines if you go far enough. And you know, if there's a Monju line, and they tend to be quite hot, nervous, scatty. You know, sweat up before the race. Highly talented, but highly strung. And then you get Galileo's. We see Magical yesterday going out to the race yesterday for Champion Stakes. And she just walked out like she was going out for a walk in the park. You know, just that difference in mental attitude. And it's one of the mysteries of the game, and one of the most interesting thing when you dig a little bit into it, and then when it comes down to the ground and what they like, and you know, it does tend to ring true a lot.
But it is the type of thing, if you are into the betting side of it, some people wouldn't look at that at all, but it's actually knowledge that's very, very important.
Hugely, and can make all the difference. We've seen Pretty Gorgeous and Shale in 2 races there. Just for example, good ground Leopardstown, Shale wins, and was at home, and that was her ideal setup. Next day to Curragh here, got the rain, soft ground, Pretty Gorgeous went whoosh, and had a turn of foot on soft ground at Shale with her light, nimble, very fluent action, couldn't get through that soft ground. Today on a sounder surface, not going into the ground, Shale will be a lot more comfortable, and that turn of foot that she showed in Leopardstown will be probably back today.
Yeah, okay. I hope you're right. I hope I'm right. My third selection was one that was probably, when I selected, the price was a little bit bigger in terms of I was looking for value in what I consider as a very open race, the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger, and it's micromanage. Willie Mullins, as we know, a national hunt trainer, but he has plenty success on the flat over the years. Won this with the late Wicklow Brave in 2016. But micromanage is not that type of a profile of a horse who came from the national hunt. He has been exciting from probably the time we've seen him, or certainly since he won his maiden. We're going to see him here on a comeback run after a long layoff in the Leger trial. And I thought it was a very good run, first time back. Had been, here we go. He had been off the track for the guts of 14 months, I think, when he had blitzed the field in a handicap by 12 lengths. And you just see him, you know, here he is coming. That's him there, just tiring in third, isn't it? Yeah, but he had been up there in the van the whole way. But you see where he is, he's only a couple lengths off. Obviously, haven't been on that long, did not get a hard race. Would have got a great blow out of it, I presume, Fran. As you said earlier, the question mark, maybe will he stay? But he was very good when he won his maiden. Then he came back after being off the track for the guts of a year, flew home, and maybe not a great handicap, but still won by 12 lengths, and that takes doing. got injured again. They were talking about the Triumph Hurdle at one stage.
That's right.
But he's obviously had his issues and they weren't going to rush him for that. And Willie, of course, is well known for being patient. I would have no concerns about him being fit enough today. He's definitely, as you mentioned, going to be smuggled in and trying to come home late, particularly if there's a doubt about him getting home. I just think he's going to be very, very fit, and he'll be there at the 2 furlong marker, and it's if then he can come home. But he is not maybe the price that I would have been hoping for earlier on.
No, he was yesterday when we were talking about it, on Friday we were talking about him, he was 12 or 14 to 1, he's 5 or 6 to 1.
Yeah.
There is 8 runners, you get 3 places for each way play, which is most important. It gives you a shot, but just that attractiveness of the price is gone. I agree with everything you said about him, and an interesting one, Dara, from last year, and he won the handicap. That was around classic time of the year.
Yeah.
Donncha O'Brien rode him for Willie Mullins, course champion jockey, now training, and his quote, in the weigh room at least, was, he shouldn't have been in a handicap, he should have been in the Irish Derby.
Really? Yeah,
and
yeah,
that was the first time he ever sat on him.
Yeah.
So for him to come in and say that just shows you what feeling he gave him on that occasion when he won. And he won, he'd never seen a handicap in the Curragh been won with the ease in which he won it. He obviously had his training issues since then, and he ran a beautiful race on his way back here the last day, and I'm sure he'll be at the peak for Willie Mullins, but it just a question for me is the drying ground and a really strongly run 1.6 if we get that Willie fully stay. But he's an exciting horse, he's the unknown quantity of the race.
Yeah, and Donncha knows what a Derby horse feels like. Really looking forward to a fantastic day's action ahead of us. Shortly now we're going to have the replay of the full race of the Irish Stallion Farms IBF Bowl Lad Sprint Handicap. But first we're going to take a little visit to Aidan McGuinness.
Could you explain where we're actually at here? Because we have an island over here, we're looking over to kind of more sort of older buildings over here. That's Port Trand on about, that's Lambay Island here behind us. It's a lovely setting. Actually, they used to breed Connemara ponies on it years ago. It's a private island now, but where we are, Rush is basically a market garden and country. There's very few animals in Rush, only dogs really, and not horse. My brother and my parents used to farm, and they were vegetable farmers as well. And as I said, I'm the son of a vegetable farmer that just took up horses as a hobby, and I've been at it ever since.
The Longines Irish Champions Weekend is, I suppose, it's the next big kind of target for the likes of you from Galway. Obviously, there's not going to be a crowd there, but it's not taken away from the prestige of having a winner if you could.
No, we the winner. We won the Sovereign there, the Sovereign Pat last year, and we were third on the Curragh with Saltonstall, and you know, we'll target a few of the horses back there again this year. Very, very hard place to win. It's very competitive. Prize money is very, very high. There's a great incentive there to go there if you have the horse capable. I'm very lucky that I have several horses now to be able to go there and compete.
Even finish second or third, you know?
Yeah, like to finish second or third in them races, you have 20, 25 grand. It's as good as winning a good, nice pot around here. So, and we're blessed, and there's great targets there, and that's what we're going to aim for now next.
Part of the operation. You're local to here as well?
Yeah, I'm only 5 minutes up the road. My father's a farmer, tillage man like Aidar's brothers here on the farm too, and a small little community, rural community, but look, it's great to be part of all this here, you know.
What's Aidar like to work for?
Practically family. I've known him a long time. I've been coming up driving tractors through this yard, and Victrum was one of the first horses that really sort of was getting his name out there, and you know, I fell in love with that horse at the time, and I followed him everywhere. I went to Sandown the year he went and won the Imperial Cup. I think that was back in 05, so that's 15 years now. And it's amazing how the time passes, but you know, I was fortunate to get onto the Godolphin Flying Start. 2 years spent meeting an awful lot of people, and you know, a lot of networking involved, and you know, you're getting to be tutored from all the top veterinarians around the world and meet all these top trainers and blood-stock agents. And I spent a further year with Mike de Kock in South Africa, and another year with Rafe Beckett, and then it was time to come home, you know, and I'm glad I came back here.
Aido, do we have any strawberries going? It's like an ad for Keely.
Huh? Gotta get a snap of that. This is like this is what the horses are fed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Ward brought us some lovely pieces in the build-up during the week, and Aidan McGuinness, Another one of those fantastic stories, another example that you do not have to be immersed in the game, that it is not a closed shop, that you can come from it in a whole different variety of ways. Aidan McGuinness, fruit growing family, show jumping really his passion. Now he's a trainer who is just getting better and better, winning bigger and bigger prizes. And don't be surprised if he comes away with a big one before the day is finished here. Okay, now we're going to go to the first, the Bull Lad Handicap, the call by Jerry Hannon.
Raised. Looks set to go. Indeed they are. Off in the opener here at the Curragh, and in the early stages of this, the Irish EBF Bull Lad Sprint Handicap over 6. Royal Canford over on the far side is showing the way to Badania, Blair Main, Mr. Lupton. On the stand side, it's Highland Dress disputing the lead with the grey Cool as Ice and Downforce and Verhoyen and Prince of Naples. Arcaneers in their track by Big Gossie as they pass the 4. Gulliver's next with Deirdre. Spread right across the track, heading towards the halfway stage, and it's Royal Canford over on the far side, a few lengths in front of Verhoyen, Downforce, Cool as Ice, and Highland Dress. They're being followed by Lil Grey, Mr. Lupton, Badania, and Blair Main, and Laugh a Minute, and Romantic Proposal. Heading on to the final 2 furlongs, Nut Now Zeb is on the heels of the leaders. They've 2 to go. In the Irish EBF Bull Lad Sprint, and it's Mr. Lupton and Lil Grey coming to the front from Royal Canford, Blair Main, Verhoyen, Laugh a Minute stays on. Then Romantic Proposal, Prince of Naples is next with Not Now Zeb. Mr. Lupton over on the far side is edging a length and a half in front of Lil Grey, Blair Main, and Laugh a Minute. It's a good start for the visiting trainers. Mr. Lupton, Blair Main, Lil Grey, Laugh a Minute, the 1, 2, 3, 4, a gap to Verhoyen.
Yeah, we've said it before, Fran, it is important that when the English trainers come here that they go away with some of the Euros. And Richard Fahey, good Irishman, who's one of the most successful trainers in England, coming back home and winning there with Mr. Lupton.
Yes, Dara, and a great winner for Richard Fahey. This horse had previously run 3 times at the Curragh. He'd won the Greenland Stakes, a Group 2 race last year under Jamie Spencer on Guineas Day last May. He lost his form completely. He pitched up in a handicap today with 1 good run in the Great St Wilfred handicap at Ripon on his last start, down to handicap £10 through that loss of form. And he just has hit a rich vein again, and you can see the way he stayed on here for Colin Keane. The interesting thing, our course work today, we're saying high numbers might be favoured. This sprint race, it was all about the low numbers. They were drawn, first was drawn 6, second was drawn 3, the third was 7, and the fourth was number 4. The first one home for the far side, on the near side, high numbers was drawn 15 Verhoyen. So you can say perhaps the best horse were there. Maybe it's a pace bias, but interesting. And this was a race that was marked from export. There was a strong British challenge. They tend to excel in the sprints, and I'd expect this race and perhaps the Flying 5 to go to UK Challengers. They're really, really strong in this division.
And we saw there Blair Main, who loves it here in the Curragh, finishing strongly to be second for Natalia Lupini. And I think was it Lil Grey for Sheila Lavery in third. So they're coming away with a nice bit of prize money, which is excellent. Colin Keane, he's becoming the Michael Canan in terms of the English trainers, you know, targeting him. And that's only going to grow his profile. We know about him, but it's going to grow his profile internationally, isn't it? What he's done the last 2 days.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's he's been a little bit under radar with the foreign trainers to an extent up until this year, and just winning on Siskin in the Irish Guineas just put him onto another level in the Judmont stud colours, Khaled Abdullah's famous silk. So that just puts you to the forefront of the foreign raiders when they come over. Who are they going to look for? They didn't know Colin Keane 2 years ago, even when he was champion jockey, but when you're riding the quality winners he is, and he's just taken it to another level this week, winning on Safe Fige, Champers Elysee. He's obviously won the Irish Oaks and a Guineas for Ger Lyons this year. It's been a huge year, and it's just put him firmly at the top of the pecking order here for them. Good spare rides between him and Shane Foley. They're the go-to men for the UK type trainers at the minute.
And it is, Fran, like, I mean, you've ridden here and you've ridden in Asia, obviously very successfully, and then went to England. It is so competitive here, and it is hard. We do have a lot of riders, you mentioned, like Billy Lee, people like that, Chris Hayes, that are under the radar, but that would absolutely flourish if they went across the water or other jurisdictions.
Indeed, yes, yeah. In comparison to most countries, Ireland is 1 meeting a day, you know, maybe 4 meetings a week on average. It's been a bit more condensed this year with COVID, you know, the late start, but as a consequence, there's limited opportunities there for good riders sometimes. They mightn't get going at all because just the numbers aren't there, you know, whereas you can go to England 4 or 5 meetings a day, spread out a bit more north and south, you know, and equally we've had riders go to America, Canada, Asia, you know, it's a worldwide market, but Ireland is just, if you're not in the top 5 or 6, it can be quite difficult, and you got to make a decision whether you stay there and keep battling away. The prize money is very good here. You have a nice lifestyle, but you know, it all depends on your own circumstances.
And that's the challenge for particularly maybe the apprentices as their claim comes down, because you have this established core, and then you have these next rung of guys trying to break through, who've had a lot of winners, but now suddenly their claim is gone or almost gone. That's the time you have to make the call. You look at a Ben Curtis or someone like that, does the grind, and now it's paying off. Others decide to stay. Exactly, and
You know, it just, if you're not going through your £3 claim with a bit of momentum, you're going to hit a dead stop when your claim is gone, because to get from the £3 claim as an apprentice to level terms with your professionals, you've got to go in there with a lot of momentum just to go through. But if it's taking you 2 seasons to get through your £3 claim, that only means you're riding at a trickle of winners. That's not going to transfer to the senior ranks, you know, and that's the key to it, I suppose. If you get to 60, 70 winners and it's not really flying for you, it might be time to start thinking about going abroad while you have that cushion of 20 winners to maybe make an impact in England with a claim rather than not having a claim there, just to get going.
How did it go for you, Fran?
I really enjoyed England. I was a bit unlucky with injuries. I rode my first Royal Ascot winner in England when I based there. Obviously, I had a few before that, but I was only there 2 months. Things were going great, and a week later broke my back. I was hard to regain the momentum, and then 3 months later broke my foot. and then the following March, things were slow, and then I broke my back again. So it was 3 years basically of injuries, and in between that it was good. And with some great days, obviously big group winners in York, and getting on the likes of Thundering Blue, and the opportunity to ride in Canada, and you know, things that I wouldn't have got in Ireland. So I was at a stage in my career that I'd ridden 1,000 winners a year. I couldn't feel like I'd done any more. I was missing anything, so it was time for a change, and it was a great experience.
I love the way it is. You're just typical jockey blasé, mentioning breaking your back twice as if it's just ain't no thing. Like, yeah, I mean, it's you're crazy people. What we saw there in the first race, Fran, in terms of the draw, as you mentioned, if you're in the weigh room now, what are you thinking? Are you trying to study, was that just the best horses, or will you change a decision from maybe what you were thinking beforehand?
Well, if you're drawn low, you'd be a lot more happier going out. You know, if you're in the flying 5 stakes and you're drawn 1 to 6, you kind of know, well, look, that worked in the first race. The track must be playing pretty even. It's a handicap. Last year, the winners of the handicap, the first 8 home, were spread across the track with different draws. Today, it's a bit more towards low numbers in the first 3 or 4 horses home. So, smaller field in the flying 5 stakes, stalls will be in the middle. I think it won't change the plan too much for riders, but if you're drawn low, you might have been apprehensive before the first race. Now you'll be a bit more comfortable and more hopeful.
Brilliant stuff, Fran. Thanks a million for that. Okay, we're going to return to the Champions Couch now. Jarlath Regan, and another portion of his fantastic interviews. This one is about syndicates, which are a very important aspect of racing, involving more people to get into the game at cheaper prices and to experience the absolute thrill that is involved of racing ownership. We've got Johnny Murphy, who's a well-known former rugby player, played with Munster and Leicester. He's got the Rugby and Racing Syndicate, and we have got Dermot Dunn from Stable Racing.
Hello and welcome back to the Champions Couch. I'm Jarlath Regan, and if you're watching the race and thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be great to own a horse someday, but it feels like it's off somewhere else? Well, I'm joined by 2 men here who know a thing or two about getting into a syndicate. Johnny Murphy and Dermot Dunn, you've both experienced massive success through this. Tell me, how did it begin in your case, Johnny? Is it the case that you just send out a WhatsApp message and go, let's do this, let's give it a shot?
Mixture of that. I suppose I grew up, I'm from Rathangan, about 10-15 minutes away from the Curragh, so I spent all of my life going racing with my father. He's had racehorses all through our lives at home, so when I retired then it was, I would dip my toe in a couple of things, and then it was just, right, let's see if we can do it. And surprisingly enough, managed to get it off the ground, and I'm doing it kind of 3.5 years now. So
3.5 years.
Yeah.
Dermot, you told me before we came out here that you actually started out by saying to lads, 50 quid a man. Is it enough to get it off the ground?
50 quid in, Jarrett, yeah. And I got on the phone and I phoned guys that I knew would be fun and good guys. I hand-picked 20 guys for the syndicate, and it has been really successful. They're great guys, I have to say. They're just
These normal enough folk, right?
Normally there's architects, teachers, there's farmers, there's self-employed, there's retail owners, there's a guy who actually sponsors Laois football, Magni Group. He lives in Detroit. He's a member of it. He's a good friend of mine. And yeah, I just got on the phone and I started making phone calls. I said, €50 up front and €20 a week, and that's how we started.
And that's how it starts. Now, when you say good guys, maybe Johnny, you can speak to this, that you are looking for, when you're starting a syndicate, you must be looking for people that are willing to take the risk and understand that we may not wind up a Champions Weekend.
Yeah, completely. I think that's really important. There has to be a disclaimer, a big disclaimer at the end of the WhatsApp message.
Expectations.
Yeah, this is not an investment, and it can certainly fluctuate. So yeah, and I think what Dermot said is vitally important, that it's, a group of like-minded people that are in it for the crack, essentially.
Yeah.
And then you make the most of the days that you're on the race course together, win or lose, because there are certainly a lot more losses than wins, but you have to be able to enjoy them after the fact as well, and celebrate the wins properly when they do come.
So Dermot's saying that his guys were like, spar owners, and some of them were involved in other sporting ventures as well. Your guys were rugby guys, right?
Yeah, originally, we had 4 or 5 lads that I was playing with, Andrew Conway, Keith Earls, Conor Murray, Damon Varley, and someone who still remains nameless because his wife still doesn't know.
No, we don't recommend you do that. Yeah. Let's be clear on that. This can't be, this is all above board.
And then I kind of expanded that to 20 other shares. So yeah, and like Dermot, very, from all areas, some retired, some working, friends of mine, a couple living in England, all over the country. So yeah, a really good mix.
So tell me this, right? So now you've got your group, you've got your gang together, you kind of know the people that are in and that can afford it and are up for, as you say, taking the gamble. What next? Like, you obviously have to decide who and what type of horse you're after. Or do you go to someone else who tells you this is the kind of horse you want and this is what we're aiming for?
Well, I think from my perspective, it's I've had horses with many different trainers. I think it's just important to pick one and then follow their advice. You're paying for their expertise.
Right.
And it's important then, hopefully you need a bit of luck, and hopefully the first 1 or 2 that you pick can get you on a surplus to start, or even pay some of their way. And then if that happens, then you're away in a hack, really.
Dermot, do you remember that first? But because I think it's like your first kiss in some ways. You're not going to top it. That first win must, and that first time you see your horse being saddled up at the races, is that the thing that hooks people so bad? It's just the buzz of seeing your colours out there.
Yeah, it's infectious actually when you start, And we had our first win in Tipperary, and actually that night there was only a few of us down. And she won well, and we weren't sure what we had. We weren't sure what we had because we went to Dundalk the first night, and she pulled up injured. And we had a great night on the way home. Some of the lads rode the bull in the Puchin still on the way home. So
it's not a euphemism.
No. And then we came here, and Peter really fancied her. Peter Fahy's the trainer. Peter really fancied her to do well in our first outing in the Curragh, and he put a hood in her because she's a bit wound up at home. And O'Brien was riding her, and when they're going past us in the stand, I said, I can't see her, I don't know where she is, and someone said that you might look down there 100 yards, that's where she is.
She'd gone off.
The hood switched her off completely.
Oh no.
She thought she was out for a hunt, and again we had another great day. Personally for me it wasn't, because I felt this is going pear-shape, and after that then we had a few really good fifths in ground that didn't suit her. So we knew she was improving, and then, but going back to Tipperary, when I was on the way home from Tipperary, Peter couldn't make the races, but he rang me and he said, by the way, she's in the Derby weekend. And she had to win her first race. He said, yeah, she's going to the Curragh. And he says, she'll be hard to beat. And I said, you're joking me again. And he said, no, it'll take a good one to beat her, I promise you. And she rocked home on Derby weekend for us.
Hacked up. And that day,
yeah. Well, that was the Champions Weekend. The following year.
Okay, that's when you really made a show of yourselves in the ring.
That's yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, anyone who watches racing will remember that. I mean, that moment is what everyone's chasing here. Like, let's be clear. We're not getting into a syndicate. I'm not in one myself, but I am now tempted, listening to you talk about it, for the first time in my life. Like, I was raised in a horse racing family myself. My father was a horse trainer. But, you know, there's heartache involved. But that feeling, I remember it, the horse coming in and actually winning. I mean, Johnny, you've experienced sporting highs, the likes of which most people will never know. How does that match up?
It's for me, I'm actually more nervous before a horse runs than I would have been before a game, purely because, and I think Dermot has alluded to it, the pressure is on you because you've put all this together. You're hoping
it's your idea.
Yeah, this is your idea. You've come up with it. You've got the horse. You've got the trainer, and you're just want it to go well. And I think you probably feel the disappointment more so than anyone else. So, but when you see your colours in the ring, that's a really proud moment in itself. And then, yeah, when they win, it really is incredible. And my wife is a perfect example of, she has not really a whole lot of interest. And we had a runner on Derby Day. It was actually the race after Joseph won the Derby with Latrobe and Dunico was riding, so it was the exact same combo. So we were pretty hopeful. Yeah. And at the 2 furlong pole, it looked like he was going to win, and he came with a run. And my wife, he ended up finishing 4th, and my wife said to me, turned to me straight away, and was like, "Okay, I understand now. I understand." So
and that's it.
You know, that's the bug and the buzz it gives you, and it takes one bite, and then
you're hooked.
You're hooked.
Right. So that's the thing that I think a lot of people find otherworldly about horse racing. So, like, some people look at horse racing and they go, I mean, what's going on here? I mean, there's little men riding horses around a track. It doesn't make any sense. But there's definitely something in this that's part of our heritage and part of our culture. I understand for you, Dermot, it also goes way back into your blood as well.
Yeah, well, I would have been brought up with horses. I'm the youngest of 9, and my dad would have worked the land with horses, you know, and I would have come up. There was always horses around, and we would have been big into the Connemara pony scene, the showing scene of things in hand. I'd be a Connemara pony judge, and that's where I always had a love for horses. But I suppose I wasn't into racing up to about 5-6 years ago. 5 years ago,
not in it at all?
No, not really. I would have went to races on and off for the crack with the lads, but to own my own, I didn't look at it. And a friend of mine, Kieran Levy, in fairness to him, he was always on to me, come on to the races, come on to Goffs, come on to Tats. So I ended up going to Tats and Goffs and got the bug. And my wife would say that, you know, sometimes she takes second best to me.
I mean, I know a bunch of lads that would be interested, a bunch of ladies I know as well that would really be into it. I guess there is a concern, right, that everybody's money's a little bit tighter at the moment. Even when you say it's 50 euros in, £20 a week, you were saying, for your syndicate. Yeah. Like, can it go sky high? Is this like how long is a piece of string? Like, in terms of the cost of it versus your return, what are we looking at here, really?
Anything. You know, there's different syndicates that offer, shares up front in total for, they have 200 shares. They're racing clubs, and they've for 100, 150 quid a year. And then you have other syndicates that could be 50, 75 grand a share, and there's 20 of them. So there's really varying levels across the board. But I suppose everyone is chasing that lucky one, and you can get lucky with a horse that costs, there's been a couple this year for Dennis Hogan, that have cost 2-3 grand and end up winning 400k. So
So it is a roll of the dice.
It is very much a roll of the dice, and I think from a syndicate perspective, the whole thing is to be a part of the journey from start to finish.
Yeah.
And I think, particularly from my view, I grew up going into racing yards, into Kevin Prendergast's, Noel Mead with my father. But when you bring someone that is not a racing person into a stable yard and they see what actually goes into getting them to a track, I think that absolutely fascinates people.
Yeah, and when you bring it up there, I am interested there that the access, right? Because so many, you support Man United, you're, claim to be a member of the club, you paid your dues, you might even go over once or twice a year. But if you invest in this sport on this level, like you're saying, in a syndicate, you get to visit the stables, you get, correct me if I'm wrong, tickets to your events, and a kind of inner workings type dressing room scenario in the ring on the day with your jockey. Am I wrong on any of that, or is that's the case?
You're spot on, Jared. And I have to say, HIRO was very good with tickets, and I have 20 in my syndicate, and I've never been left without a ticket for any of them. They're brilliant that way. And yeah, you experience the whole thing, don't you, Johnny? And tell you, when you get to a certain stage in life, I played Gaelic all my life, and I gave it up at 40, and I wanted to fill a void, so this was a good thing to do. And I have ex-county players in our syndicate as well, and they get a great buzz out of this.
Yeah.
And it's because they're involved in so much, and there's a WhatsApp and it's beeping the whole time, and especially when you're successful, then Yeah. But you can be successful by doing what I did or what Johnny did. Like we went to the golf sales with 9 grand in our pocket, like the poor relations of racing, really, with 9 grand going to horse and train sales, and we bought Hamley for 4.5 grand. And when I just checked on the racing post, she's at the win 136 sterling to date.
Holy moly! Repeat that again. You bought it for
4,500.
4.5.
Yeah.
And it's won in total
136,000.
I think
sterling.
There's a few people making a few clicks on their iPhone right now. But I know, as I said, my father was a horse trainer for years here on the Curragh, and he was dealing with owners all the time on the phone. He obviously can't take 20 calls from 20 people in the syndicate. But what's that like in terms of the contact with your trainer? Like, how much information are you getting? I doubt there's a weekly email update.
Well, actually, there is, in terms of our WhatsApp group. Joseph will be on our WhatsApp groups for them, and there's bi-weekly update. Every 2 weeks you get an update. They have a system that you get videos, pictures.
Videos?
Yeah.
Of the work?
Of their work, of them being shown, everything. So every 2 weeks, every Tuesday, your phone will ping, and there'll be a video and an update from Tara down in Piltown, and it'll be full review. And then Joseph is at the other end of the phone at any time. And you know how busy he is when you're down there, down in Piltown with him, because his phone is just consistently like pinging. Yeah. And the access is incredible. I've been to sales with trainers, and I think that's something that they all love doing, is showing you what they look for in horses, and in terms of learning, it's a massive learning curve to see what they want, how they pick out bloodlines. You can go as in depth as you want into this whole thing, and my experience is that the trainers are willing to give you whatever you want in terms of access and information.
I honestly wasn't expecting that answer, because again, to an outsider, it's labelled the sport of kings. It feels like it's somewhere else. And it also feels like there is a bit of a premiership feel to it, in that there's the top 4 clubs and there's everybody else battling it out. That's not really the case. And Jeremy, you're proof of that it is possible for a small investor to enjoy it and get a return. Yeah.
And look, we've been very lucky the races we've won, but the day we won in Tipperary was a smaller handicap. It was a buzz as well. Like the buzz we got here on Champions Weekend in 2018, that's something that's very hard to beat, But you don't have to be winning Champions Weekend to get a buzz out of this. You know, we ran one in Roscommon. It's just crack we had after it, you know. And as I said, sometimes when you don't even do well, there's great fun. It's, I recommend it anyway because it's just, and it's bringing people together. In our syndicate, we didn't all know each other, and they're after forging friendships in our syndicate now. Like, and they're probably contacting one another off in other WhatsApp groups apart from the stable friends, which is great.
I mean, you've got those Champions Weekend memories.
Yeah.
Johnny, what's the standout memory from you from this? I'll give you the final word as our final question.
I suppose it's difficult to pick, I suppose, between two. We Linger won twice in Galway last year, and that was unbelievable. Two long days and nights. But for me, Joseph rode one of our horses in the Pat Smullen charity race last year over Champions Weekend, and that was, even talking about it now, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up with the amount of goodwill and the charity aspect attached to that whole weekend was just phenomenal, and it kind of shows everything that is good about the racing industry. It was just amazing to be a part of.
So I'm in, I've heard it, I'm sold. Do I go to HRI? Is that the first?
You come to myself or Dermot.
Come to the two of you. Brilliant. Well, lads, thank you so much for explaining that and giving us an insight into your experience at it. And good luck this Champions Weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jared. Thank you.
That's it from me. Enjoy more racing here from the Curragh and keep following Champions Weekend on socials for more great content.
Jarlath has brought us a lot of different aspects of racing. This one was a very important one, Fran, because we do need wealthy patrons to fund, to create the interest in these horses so that it feeds the industry from the bottom up and the breeders and that. But to engage people, to get people involved, syndicates are the way to go, aren't they?
Very much so. Listen, it's a very successful model, particularly in Australia. You know, it's really, really taken off over there. And I think, you know, the people who've interviewed today, there's a few various organisations, and once they're set up right and run right, that's the most important thing. But it's a great way to get involved. You know, it's something I have friends that are in syndicates, they really get a good kick out of it. And particularly now with WhatsApp, communications, videos, you know, the yard visits, you can't go racing as much, but people have stepped up to the mark and are making them more involved than ever with the information. You see in Hamley there what she's done. That's a fairy tale type story, but it can be done.
And that's it. Dermot was there and he was talking about that. And, you know, I remember, thankfully, you know, the crowds, but the absolute, you know, the reaction in the parade ring. And, you know, for people who think this is a stuffy sport, stuffy people that stiff upper lip stuff, well, there was none of that inside in the parade ring when Hamley won. No, I run that race that day and it was a fantastic occasion, and as you said, a fairy tale story for the price, locally owned, relatively locally owned, trained by Peter Fay and Monastravan, fantastic. And it's not all about big owners, and it's not all about this. There's levels of this game that you can get into on every aspect and level, and there's a price point for everything. And syndicates racing, the Johnny Murphy Club, you know, there's just so many aspects to it. And I suppose if you can get involved with your friends, all the better. You know, it's that shared experience. I think that's the most important. And there's going to be more bad days and good days, losing days, you know, but that's the ups and downs of it. But when you get that winner, you can see the thrill that it gives them. And I mean, it was very interesting, Johnny Murphy saying that he's played in Heineken Cups, he's played at big level, played in huge games for Munster and Leinster, and he played in county semi-finals for Leopardstown, I'm pretty sure, as well, in football before he went across the water. And yet, when he's standing there in the stand, is way more nerve-wracking. I mean, that is the experience, you know. We saw Johnny Murtagh, we saw Aidan O'Brien's stab after Magical. So imagine owning a bit of a tail of one of these horses that is going up the straight at the Curragh.
Oh, indeed, and mixing it at the top level, and you know, and seeing the journey to get there. You know, if you can get into start or start of the season and see the horse progress maybe from a low level, finds his feet, steps up in distance, you know, and then to get here in September to something like Irish Champions Weekend, it's a huge thing. But it's not just about the days, important the days, but it's that progression that you can see and be involved with, and the experience of seeing a horse maybe mature into the potential that the trainer told you had 6 months ago. And it's just so many facets to it. You can pick up whether people are into the breeding of it or the actual race experience, but you can tag on and you can find something that really floats your boat, if you like.
Yeah, you mentioned Jack Cantlin's Syndicates racing there, and he's attacked that from all those angles, be it the breezers and, you know, your established geldings or whatever. But the big part of it that I see in the really good syndicates is that engagement, be it, you know, your videos and your footage, and going down to the yard and spending a morning down at Peter Fahey's or Willie Mullins. And what we've tried to do here over the last 2 days is give little bits of insight, background and stuff like that. You're in a syndicate and you can get that all the time, you know, what the horse is feeding, the bit of work they're doing, you know, who they're working with, what you're trying to do, what ground you want, weight. You know, you're getting an education. It doesn't matter where you come from.
No, it doesn't. And I suppose that's one thing we have been trying to do the last 2 days, just how accessible this game is. Okay, there's a little bit of mystery to it, but when you scratch the surface, there's a lot of very decent, normal, hard-working people involved in the game. We met Ger Flynn today. He's a lifelong man in the game for Jim Bulger. Then you've got Peter Fahey. You've got these trainers that are all pitching at the top level, but on different scales. They're local to you. They might be in your back garden, you know, in your town. And if you just get involved, 99 times out of 100, you'll have a very positive experience.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, you know, and we're all looking for that in whatever shape or form. And we're very, very fortunate that racing in this time is continuing to go, providing some entertainment and keeping the industries alive. I think today is obviously Comer Group International St. Leger Day, and we are going to have a little chat about it. But I think first, we might just have a little look at last year's renewal. Very interesting race.
It was indeed.
Latrobe. White flag is raised. They're off. In the season's final classic, the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger over 1 3/4 miles, and the first to show. Heading down the far side, Master of Reality, leading in the early stages, Southern France on the outside of last year's second Latrobe. They're being followed right over on the far side of the track by Twilight Payment, alongside his cross counter. The grey is Capri, and then the filly Search for a Song. Cypress Creek is on the inside of Kew Gardens, and Sallowen is the back marker in these very early stages. Continuing right over on the far side of the track, and the lead is Master of Reality, and Dre Etzini going along a couple of lengths in front. Over in second place, his stable companion Latrobe and Donegal O'Brien. Third is Twilight Payment, also representing Joseph O'Brien, and ridden by Kevin Manning in a red cap. Then Southern France on the outside of Capri. They're being followed right across from the stands inside the 10 furlong point by Search for a Song on the outside of Cross Counter, the Melbourne Cup and Dubai World Cup winner, as they race on now to the 9 furlong point, and the leader, Master of Reality, a couple of lengths in front of Latrobe, 2.5 to 3 lengths back to Twilight Payment, as it's a 1-2-3 for owner Lloyd Williams at this stage. Improving steadily on the outside is Search for His Song, and has gone up to contest the lead, making the bend towards the 7. And Search for His Song has raced on under Chris Hayes, and they've headed Master of Reality, and they're being followed by Latrobe and Twilight Payment. Cross Counter is on the outside of Southern France in between horses. The grey on the rail is Capri in the white cap, and then comes Kew Gardens, who's back from a layoff, has 2 behind, Sallowen and Cypress Creek. They're well past the halfway stage in the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger, and it's Search for a Song, the filly, going on a length in front of Master of Reality, and third is Latrobe. And Cross Counter is taking closer order on the outside of Twilight Payment, and in between horses Southern France, then Capri. The final 3 are Kew Gardens, Sallowen and Cypress Creek. Turning back towards home with less than half a mile to go, and Search for His Song has built up a lead of 3 lengths over Master of Reality, and then Latrobe on the outside of Twilight Payment, driven along to try and close his cross counter, and they're being followed by Southern France, Capri, Kew Gardens, Salawen and Cypress Creek. They're racing well in the straight, and it's Search for a Song maintaining a 2.5 length lead over Master of Reality, and then comes Latrobe. Southern France is next. They've all got work to do racing down to the final furlong. It's Search for a Song out 3 lengths clear of Master of Reality, and then Southern France being followed by Latrobe. Cross counter Kew Gardens is staying on the outside. This is an unforgettable day for Chris Hayes and Dermot Weldon. The colours of Widelair. Search for a Song has won the Alice at Ledger, sponsored by Cobra Group. Kew Gardens stayed on into second, and then cross counter.
A jump jockey celebration there by Chris Hayes. I always like to see it, but that was, we spoke about Search for a Song earlier. Maybe he hadn't an option in the way that she was fighting him, but he made the decision not to keep fighting her, not to empty her, and to give her head, and that's the decision that wins the race.
It did, and it's the most remarkable race. The way that she pulled in the first quarter of the race, normally they don't win, and when she went on, fortunately for her, that the rest of her rivals didn't go after her initially and allowed Chris just to get her relaxed, and she got a breather into her and was able to build up the pace. But she must be a very serious filly to do what she done on that day. The more you look at it, it's a year on. She was very, very impressive. Haven't seen the best for this year today, but will the master who's trained 8 Ledger winners have her ready today? He could well do.
When you are on filly, a mare like that who's done that and gone on, you just said he got her to settle. If something had come along outside her, would that have kept her laid up?
Yes, yeah, it was the whole key to the race. As we've seen, once Chris went to the front, the horses sitting second and third were 2 or 3 lengths back off her. She thinks she's on her own. She's looking around, I'm on my own, and where the rest of them gone? But if somebody had moved up earlier and got within a length, 3 parts of a length, she'd feel them coming, and given her nervous disposition and tendency just to run in a panic almost, you know, she's just runs without thinking, she would have overdone it and definitely wouldn't have won.
So do you think, like, I mean, she's had a sort of a bit of a funny year, a few things going wrong even, and we know it's all about today anyway, you know, but do you think that she might be prominent, or have you seen enough that she is settling better?
The jury is very much out for me. I don't know. I hope they know, but I'm not sure they do. They've tried different things with her through the year. Hoods. Now, she did a disaster in Cork when she was pulled up after the first bend. She got knocked, slipped. That wasn't ideal. That would have been a grand prep for today. She's on a retrieval mission here. If she relaxes, she's definitely got the ability to do it. We know that, but how are they going to do it? Will they just jump and drop their hands and let her go where she's happy, rather than you try and ride her? You know she stays. You know, we know she stays after last year. What's the point railing her back to sit near the back if there's not going to be a gallop and you're fighting with her again? Maybe just jump, and if somebody goes, sit second or third, and let the rhythm of the race settle her down. You'd hope that she's matured a bit mentally to do that.
Yeah, and just, I had sort of forgotten seeing Kew Gardens flying home there. It's a terrible pity. He would have been some staying for those Gold Cup races, wouldn't he? Yeah,
he was a loss to the staying division this year. He would have been great to see him take on Stradivarius again. You know, that was his comeback run, and he built on that when he won at Ascot on his next start.
Yeah. Okay, we now have the replay of the Blandford Stakes, and the call comes from Jerry Hannon.
They're off. 11 fillies begin in the Group 2 Moidler Jews Blandford Stakes, and it's Emma Grace, the sponsor's runner, who shows the way in these early stages. Elfin Queen is the filly that's adrift at the back of the field as they settle down at the end of the first furlong and a half. Emma Grace is followed by KN Pepper, One Voice, tracked by Magic Wand and Zawada. Thundering Knights racing in company with the sole English runner, Gold Wand, and then Lemista, Celestial Object, Bollaville, and Elfin Queen is the back marker. Racing towards the 7 furlong point, about to climb up to the top of the track, and it's Emma Grace and Chris Hayes going along in the lead. From KN Pepper and Shane Foley, a handy second, being followed by Zawada. and Ushie Norton between horses Magic One, Ryan Moore, and One Voice William Buick. Thundering Knights next with Gold Wand, and then Le Mista, Celestial Object is 2 behind Bolivar and Elfin Queen. Reaching the 5, the halfway stage in the Moidler Jules Blandford Stakes, Group 2 over 1.25 miles, and it's Amma Grace followed by Cayenne Pepper. Magic Wand is contesting 3rd spot with 2 other fillies, One Voice and Zawara. And then Thundering Knights as they pass the 4. Gold Wand is next. The final 4 are Celestial Object, Le Mista, Bolivar, Reminders for Elfin Queen. They turn into the straight. With just over 3 furlongs to go, it's Amma Grace a length in front of Cayenne Pepper, pushed along second, and they're being followed by Magic One. One Voice is on the outside of Zawara, then Thundering Knights and Gold One, Celestial Object, Le Mista, Bolivar. Detached is Elfin Queen. They've 2 to go. Amma Grace strongly pressed 1 from the rail by Cayenne Pepper, who draws alongside. Thundering Knights is running on into 3rd place. Dropping back is Magic Wand and being eased ahead of Bolivar from the back of the field, who's running on, but it's Cayenne Pepper and Shane Foley who are set to get off the mark for the campaign in the Moidler Jews Blandford Stakes. Cayenne Pepper wins by going away 5 from Amma Grace. Good run second, and Thundering Knights, Bolivar and Gold One.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say I told you so, but sure, Fran, I told you so. No, in fairness, you did agree, and everything we sort of suspected is what, you know, she absolutely enjoyed that, didn't she, the 10 furlongs. Amma Grace gave her the toe in, ran a really good race, but it just allowed Cayenne Pepper and Shane to get rolling, and she, you know, she's always going to stay on and be very strong in 10 furlongs.
Indeed, and I'd say that, you know, this is her 4th run of the campaign, Darren. She's just hit her peak now after an interrupted preparation and taking the level that she's been running at. You know, lack of match practice. You know, today it's probably all come together for her, and she got, as you said, a good strong pace down. But interesting that Amma Grace has kept going very well in the blinkers. Pace is held up to some extent. Thundering Knights has ran home well on ground. It might be good enough for her. She's run a decent race, and I'd say all the potential that we see, what we've heard about with Cayenne Pepper, is she's definitely back to nearly what you think she is, and I'm sure will be back into Group 1 company in her next start.
And that was always a key factor, that she was slower. They did say that, they didn't hide from that she was slower coming to hand, which is why we didn't. Did we see her before the Oaks? Did we see?
Once she ran the Pretty Polly behind Magical, ran a good race. But
she might just have needed, you know, and then it got a couple of races very quick in that period and might have needed that time.
Yes, and you know, this trip, a fast run 10 furlongs, 2,000 metres. It just got her off the bridle with a good even gallop early, but then her stamina came into play. And as you said before racing, she could be something like Magical. A strongly run 10 might be her best go.
You can see the smile on Shane there, because as you mentioned, he is always, this is the one, and they are not short of fillies in that yard. This is the one he's always liked. And what sort of, so tell the viewers there, what sort of races now are there in this division, if you're talking about 10 furlongs or that region for?
Yes, well, effectively, I'd say we won't see her run again in Ireland this year. This is the peak as regards races and opportunities for her. It begins to tail off here a little bit, and you're looking at the foreign carnival type meetings. First Sunday in October, Longchamp, there's Prix de l'Opera, a similar 10 furlong race, Group 1, 3-year-olds and up, be ideal for her. Track would suit her very well. You normally get, depending on the day, it could be soft. She's ran well and soft, she's ran well and good today. She's very versatile as regards ground. And who knows, if it was a normal year and everything was okay with travelling and everything, the Breeders' Cup fillies and mares, something like that is potentially, the owners are American-based, of course, and Keeneland, a mile and a half, it could be interesting. A mile and a half in Keeneland is a totally different scenario to a mile and a half, say, at the Curragh.
Okay.
You're dealing with
sharper.
Yes, and you're dealing with a speedway type track. You know, it's sharp. You probably turn 5-6 bends, whereas in the Curragh or Ascot you're turning 2 or 3 bends. So it allows horses to maybe stay a little bit further than what they might do in Europe, just given the nature of the track, and the races tend to be run at an even tempo, and it's a different dimension. And the fact that Jessica's done last year, she brought a beanie over there for the Breeders' Cup. Cadillac, as we mentioned yesterday, she could have a team going there in the Breeders' Cup in November. Be interesting.
Is that sort of an examination, though? I mean, that turning nature, I suppose that's an unknown that you will not know until you get out there, whether, because that will be new to any Irish-based horses anyway, won't it?
It will indeed. That's why you'd love to see something like her stepping up in distance over there, because it's just sharper, everything happens quicker. It's all about getting out of gates and getting a position. And the fact that she's able to hold a position over 10 furlongs here, stepping up to a mile and a half, 12 furlongs there, should be just ideal for her, in that she can just get out, get a position, and then Shane will be able to sit and allow her every opportunity to finish. The finishing straights in them American tracks are 350, 400 metres, so you need one sharp, burst, and they're dead flat.
Yeah. And with a filly like her now, I don't know, you know the owners, what's the likelihood we'll see her at 4, or would they be looking at, you know, her becoming a broodmare?
It's very much a possibility that she'll be kept in training, I would feel, next year. There's a great programme nowadays. 10 years ago, she would have been retired at the end of the season. She'd have 1-2 more runs, gone, stood. You see it now, magical, a 5-year-old mare, you know, a 5-year-old mare, should I say. You see a lot of older fillies being kept in training due to an expansion of her programme, high-class, older mares races. She's got a wonderful campaign of races ahead of her next year that she can compete in. Jessica could go to France, England, Ireland with her all through the season next year. As I mentioned already, magical, that type of filly is a great incentive. And looking at the way that she hasn't been over-raced this year due to the hold-ups she's had, there could be more to come. And physically, she's a big, imposing type that might just keep progressing in that department. You could see a different one as a 4-year last year. She might come out stronger, better for all that time. They generally do, and when they're good, they find a bit more.
And that's something that we should say to people who are watching that aren't as accustomed to racing. You know, 2-year-olds are babies, and even when we look at a 2-year-old blitz home here, which we might later, and you're talking about a guineas, really you're guessing, because anything can happen from 2 to 3, but they can come on from 3 to 4 as well. And as you said, Cayenne Pepper won't have had a lot of racing, so might even still be learning about the game.
Very much so, and it's the physical and mental, and you got to weigh it up, I suppose. If people are looking at horses at home, see what size they have. You know, it's like underage footballers, isn't it? Some have size, then they build into it and they progress to the next level, they strengthen up, and you know, that's the same with race horses. And then with Guyot yesterday, 4-0 last year, he had a very good year, but he didn't have the mental capacity to follow through. This year he's 5, he's as strong as he was. Physically he probably didn't improve, but the mental aspect came with age, and that's another aspect to it. It's the mental aspect, the physical aspect. There's just so many variables, and that's the mystery of the game that keeps us all interested.
That's the mystery which we have been trying to solve or maybe demystify a little bit. I mean,
you've picked a winner.
Yeah, I've picked a winner, and that's very, very important. Listen, and that even in itself, Fran, isn't that part of the enjoyment of it, you know, because it's like jockeys, you will always ride more losers than you have winners. I'm always going to tip more losers than I am winners, but when you solve it, or you have an opinion, or you take an opinion, and you're right, however rare that is, that's a kick too.
Big time, and it's a thrill. You know, like she was 5 or 6 to 1 today. You could have small few pounds each way, and there's 10, 11 runners, and you get a winner. And if she was placed, you get your money back. And it's just, there's so many aspects of the game you can get involved in, Darren. And I suppose that's what we're trying to break down. Whether as a fan, as a syndicate owner, there's just any amount of opportunities, but just get involved.
That's great. Thanks a million, Fran. Well, listen, that's us now here for a little while in the Champions Quarter. We're going to be back at 5. But first, just take a look at John Ox, a 4-time winner of the Irish St. Leger, and he's going to take us through the Leger Legends Wall. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, Morny Wing was born at the end of the 19th century. I think it was 1896. And he was champion apprentice in England 1915, and then First World War was raging, and he came to Ireland then. He settled here and stayed here, and had a tremendous record. You know, was 7 Irish Derby winners. Eventually he trained here for a while in yard just behind the racecourse here, Rosewell House, now the home of Dermot Weld. So his footprint is on the Curragh, will be on it forever. He named the place after one of his Irish Derby winners, Rosewell. Joe Canty and Morny Wing were sort of contemporaries. Michael Dawson at that time had a very big stable in Rathbride. Joe Canty rode for him, served his apprenticeship, and had a big career, champion apprentice a few years, rode 17 Irish Classics, and they used to say he rode 3.5 Irish Derby winners, because in those days, up to about the 60s or 70s, if you had a dead heat, they called it half a winner. So Joe didn't ride 4 Derby winners, he rode 3.5 according to them then, but anyway, it's 4. And he was doing something that jockeys don't do today. He rode a lot over jumps. He rode four Galway hurdle winners. Pat's record is there for all to see. What was it, 11 times champion jockey in England, and he was champion jockey in Ireland on one of the years when he rode for Vincent O'Brien. There's no doubt Pat had a magic touch. You know, horses just ran for him. He had a lovely style. When he was at his peak at that time, he was just a lovely rider, tremendous instincts. Rode nearly, nearly 4,000 winners. Yeah, he was such a nice fellow too, you know, and sadly died before his time.
Welcome back to the Champions Quarter here at the Curragh. Another fantastic day of racing, plenty of activity for Group 1s. We're going to get straight into the action with the call from Jerry Hannon on the Leopardstown stud Flying 5.
White flag is raised. 14 runners off and running in the Leopardstown stud Flying 5, the first of the Group 1 races, and in the early stages Kaya Moro is disputing the lead with Glass Slippers and Keep Busy, being followed by Liberty Beach as they settle down in these early stages. Kaya Moro is blazing the trail up front, being followed by an improving Made in India. Keep Busy is next, and then Liberty Beach, and then comes Glass Slippers, and Sanela You're So Beautiful is next, and then comes Curious. Over on the far side is Ayali, heading on past the halfway stage, and it's Made of India disputing the lead with the nose banded Kaya Moro, being followed by Keep Busy, who's getting on terms. Glass Slippers is over on the far side, not much room for Liberty Beach. They're racing to the final furlong, and the Raiders look to have the Flying 5 to themselves. Keep Busy on the near side. Glass Slippers is responding well against the rail. Made in India's in between horses, staying on is Sanela. It's Glass Slippers over on the far side as they go to the line. This is her time of year. It's a win for Glass Slippers. Keep Busy, Sanela, Made of India next.
Fran, she is such a tough filly, the way she stuck her neck out there, because if she didn't fancy it, she had an excuse not to bother. Jerry mentioned she likes this time of the year, won the Abbey last year, will obviously be heading back in that direction. That was excellent.
That was a great performance. I'm actually delighted. First of all, Tommy, he's a very hard-working rider, very underrated rider in the north of England mainly, but when he gets the opportunities, he can do the job as he's shown here today. And Kevin Ryan is a huge supporter of Irish racing in his own way, an ex-Irish expat, obviously been in England all his working life, but every Curragh meeting he targets these sprints with a horse, and I'm delighted to see him come over and win a Group 1. He's one of the nicest fellas in the game, and it's a well-deserved victory for him, and I'm sure he'll get as big a kick out of this as any winner in his career. And to produce a filly, to keep a filly on the boil on a second year, particularly a sprinter, takes a bit of doing.
We have, as I said, you gave us a bit of insight there, Fran, as regards the 5 furlong track, and we saw Sanela finishing strongly there. We have the jockey cam on Billy Lee here, and we're going to see the type of trip he had, and maybe you can tell us from what you're seeing how that plays out. Here we go, out of the stalls.
Out of the stalls, there's Curious and Harry Bentley on the left in the light coloured cap, Ryan Moore there on the right, and Liberty Beach, Jason Hart in the red, and Crossbelts in the white there. And Billy is just trying to get up. Sonley is dropping down and trip. There's the eventual winner on his right hand side. Tom Eads is not travelling that well in the winner. You can see the way he's urging it along just to hold his position. We've got to the intersection of the track now, Dar. We've joined up with the track proper. Made in India, Shamie Heffern's up there travelling well, and they're really trapping along. And if you see an Abbey winner like the eventual winner of Glass Slippers off the bite at this point of the race, shows you how fast they're going. And Billy Lee and Sonley now is probably one of the first to come off the bridle, go for his whip. But the one thing he knows of this filly, he's got out in the clear now, and she's going to finish because she's won over 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, and it's this hill that we spoke about earlier on that brings her into her best. Even though she didn't win to this, it's a career best performance for her. She was supplemented by Paddy Toomey. It looked a bold move, dropping down in distance to do that in Group 1 company, but very well thought of, and obviously felt that she had the pace and would be doing her best work to finish. Group 1 black type for this filly has put a huge value on her, and a great achievement by him to do that.
Brilliant, yeah, that was such fascinating insight for those of us who have not sat on a horse in a race. That's brilliant. You mentioned Tom Eads. We caught up with him straight after the race. Tom, bit of an exultant punch there passing the line. It's great winning a Group 1.
Yeah, brilliant. You know, I'm thrilled, very lucky to be on it. You know, great thanks to everyone involved, and Terry, everyone involved. It's a great team effort at home. No, it's brilliant.
How did the race go? How did it pan out as planned?
Yeah, I got in a nice rhythm, went a good gallop. I sort of come off it halfway, but I knew I'd come home. I just needed a nice split, and we got that. And you know, she's hard as nails, versatile come ground, and I'm thrilled, brilliant.
She looked like she really loved that it got down and dirty in the last inside that final furlong.
Yeah, she's very, very tough, very tough. Very easy to do anything with, and no, it's a brilliant performance.
And for you, obviously, it was a big deal that you could come over and make this trip.
Yeah.
Because it probably wasn't out a couple of weeks ago, so that's fantastic. And is it back to Longchamp now? Do you think?
Yeah, I think that's the plan, and yeah, like we'll enjoy today first, and but thanks again to Jerry Hill back at home and Jennifer here, and you know we've done all the procedures right and made sure everything was in check for all the lads here today. So it's great. Hats off to them, and it's made it happen, you know.
And in your career, Tom, you have won, you know, the Abbey, but Irish Champions Weekend, it is big notch in your career.
Any Group 1's amazing, and yeah, it's I'll have to pinch myself now, you know. But yeah, brilliant to get a winner here, and I'm over the moon.
Well, we better make sure you don't miss the flight, Tom. Thanks a million. Thanks for chatting. Well
Thank
done.
you. Cheers. Thanks.
Cheers.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, really good for Tom, isn't it? You know.
Fantastic, as he said, every Group 1 is special. To win on this filly, you know, build up an association and to come back a year on after the Abbey, no, tremendous for him. And the year that's in it a week ago, he didn't think he'd be riding here, you know, because of the restrictions. As he said, all credit to Jennifer Pugh, the IHRB. Obviously, the thing was led by soccer, you know, allowing the elite sportsmen to travel. And the weekend has really benefited from that, seeing these riders over, competing with the best of our own.
Yeah, absolutely. So say all of us. Next up, second of our 4 Group 1s, the Moyglaire Stud Stakes for 2-year-old fillies. Jerry Hannon with the call.
White flag is raised. They're off. In the Moyglaire Stud Stakes Group 1 over 7 furlongs, Eleanor is on the inside and is disputing the lead in these early stages, with Snowfall in the pink cap being followed on the run towards the bend by Mother Earth, the white cap, and Star Image in between horses. They're tracked by Shale is Pretty Gorgeous to jostle to hold position as they race on up now to head inside the 5 furlong point, and it's Mother Earth just leading. On the far side is Snowfall, the stable companions tracked by Star Image and Shale, and then Divinely Eleonora. Udna Dat is on the outside of Pretty Gorgeous, and then Anti-Bridie. Amma Share and the Moyglaire Silks is next as they come inside the halfway stage. Bubbles and Ice has 2 behind. Stable companions Teresa Mendoza and Thunder Beauty. On they come to the final 3 furlongs, and it is Mother Earth just clinging on to a very small advantage over Snowfall. Shale is getting into it. Pretty Gorgeous is also getting into it. And then Udna Data, Bubbles and Ice, Amma Share racing towards the final furlong. And it's another clash up front between Shale and Pretty Gorgeous, stretching on from Udna Data. Thunder Beauty runs on the outside. It's Shale and Ryan Moore over on the far side. It's a reversal of the debutant and the Moyglaire. Shale beat Pretty Gorgeous, Udna Data, Bubbles and Ice, Thunder Beauty, Anti-Bridie, and Amma Share.
Yeah, I suppose we discussed this. 2 out of 2 for me at this point, but again, it was no, you know, we thought maybe the ground might cause that bit of a turnaround. We'll see the chat with Donica afterwards. He thinks the ground, she has probably improved for it. But the key thing is that it is the top 2 horses, so it's probably the 2 best horses there. So I think this form is good form.
Indeed it is, Darren. We spoke about this in our preview show. We made a point. Pretty Gorgeous beat Shale the last day on soft ground. Shale beat Pretty Gorgeous on good ground. Back to good ground today, and Shale has won. Now, she didn't beat Pretty Gorgeous as far as she did here in Leopardstown, that previous run, 2 runs ago. But they're 2 very, very good fillies. I'd say this form is as strong as it gets in this fillies division. They ran to the pound. Very, very likeable. I'd say you can see Declan McDonough here in the yellow colours on the eventual second. She's reaching for the ground to go. We spoke about the nimble action of Shale, and see the way she gets through that good ground. They're not going into it deep. And Declan's filly's a big, heavy set filly. See them big white feet. Yeah. If you got soft ground, that's where her go is. She'd get through it. She'd have the strength to do it. Where Shale, look at that light, nimble action, as I keep saying, not bending her knee, just stretching on it. And that's the difference today. But
which of those 2, Fran, you're talking about the bigger framed horse? This is actually the jockey cam from Colin Keane on Thunder Beauty, who I know Ken Condon was really happy with, because it's more a horse for the future, stayed on to be around 4th or that. This is good vision of the front two, I guess.
Yeah, good vision. You can see Declan McDonough there in the yellow, and Ryan Moore and Colin Keane is making his move here in the jockey cam. He held this filly up, second run of her life, just rode her to get into rhythm and finish off to a best finish on the strongest at the line, which he did. Ken would be very happy that he's got a lot of exciting juvenile fillies at the minute. This one, it's a big ask for her today in the second start of her career. Ran extremely well, and I'm sure she can improve again off it, perhaps even over a mile.
Yeah, I think Teresa Mendoza, on the other hand, was unfortunately, I'd say, appeared to run very flat, didn't give her running at all.
Yeah, do you know what, looking back on it, the day she was second at the Curragh here, the ground was extremely testing, and she had a hard race and might have just been left behind her today. I wouldn't write her off just yet.
Absolutely. In terms of those front two, and you were talking about the more nimble horse and the bigger horse, when you're looking forward to a 3-year-old career and a classic career, are you thinking the bigger horse might fill into our frame more? Does it work like that?
It does to a point, you know, but they're two different types, but they're both extremely well bred, and they're bred to get better with age, you know, like, so they're not exactly by, you know, freaks of nature that they're just good 2-year-olds. Both should keep stepping up and progressing, and it's going to be an exciting narrative today. Whatever about the autumn into next spring, Joseph, Donnacha, and the whole family taking each other on classics. I even was down there today after the race, and you'd forget which one of them trained the winner, because, you know, you're so used to winning these big races now. And Donnacha's made a superb start to his career. It's been unbelievable. Year one and a couple of Group 1 winners on the board already.
And we had a chat with Donnacha afterwards. Donnacha, this season that keeps on giving, Shale, very good there.
Yeah, absolutely there. No, it's been an incredible first season. She was very tough today, so it's fantastic to win another Group 1.
Was the key to ground?
Yeah, absolutely. Joseph's one was very impressive last day, and it was hard to see how we were going to turn the tables. The ground's a bit drier today, but it's still not quick, you know, so I wasn't sure, but look, she's a Galileo filly and they keep improving.
So could you see at home, was she improved? Obviously they're babies, was she improving at home?
Yeah, look, I didn't do much with her between now and her last run, so you don't do anything to find that out really, but she was in good form. Don't let Rhodes her out, said he was delighted with her, and so no, it's fantastic.
That's Group 1 there now. Obviously these fillies you're looking forward to next season, and that, is she minded now? Is she done for the year? Or will...
No, I'd imagine she'll have another 1 or 2 runs. She'll probably go to either the Marcel Boussac or the Fillies Mile, and then look, we don't know what's happening with travel abroad, but if that works out, we'll look at the Fillies race at the Breeders' Cup.
And listen, you're already a classic winning trainer. You've ridden winners here, but to train a winner at Longines Irish Champions Weekend, what does that mean? And a Group 1 winner,
Yeah, no, look, it's incredible. I'm delighted for the team back home. They're the ones that put in the hard work, so it's fantastic.
Well done, Donnacha. Thanks a million.
Thanks very much, Dara. Thank you.
And Fran, he'd be the first to say he is getting the raw material, but you know, a lot of people get raw material either on their backs or to train them and don't do the job. It's still, I think, ultra impressive what he's doing there at the moment.
It is, you know, it's quite a head start to get, you know, to get that opportunity to train these blue bloods straight away. But you got to make the most of them. You got to get the maximum out of them. And his horses have shown good progression this year. We've seen Fancy Blue ran a cracker yesterday. She's progressed from a mile in the spring, you know, in June, to winning twice over 10 furlongs. Again in a mile, and this filly's progressed from run to run. So the signs are very, very positive, and it's been an excellent start, but he will be the first to make it. You're getting good raw material, but you got to maximise that when you get it.
Absolutely, yeah. That was our second Group 1. Number 3 was the Goffs Vincent O'Brien National Stakes. Again, the commentary by Jerry Hannon.
Here we go. Thereof, very level break in the Goffs Vincent O'Brien National Stakes over 7 furlongs, and it's Mason. Military Style being followed by Lucky Vega on the outside of Charterhouse in the yellow cap, being followed the end of the first furlong by Thunder Moon. Laws of Indices, and on the outside in the blue jacket, Master of the Seas with Max Swinney, and they're being followed by St Mark's Basilica and Wembley. Continuing on towards the 5 in its Military Style, followed by Mason, Charterhouse. On the right is Max Swinney, and then Thunder Moon. Lucky Vega next with Master of the Seas, the big 2 racing together, and then Laws of Indices, St Mark's Basilica and Wembley, although the back marker, there's only just about 5 lengths covering the field, heading past the halfway stage in the Goffs Vincent O'Brien National Stakes Military Style. Nudged along in front, tracked by Mason and Charterhouse. Max Swinney is on the outside. Then comes Thunder Moon and Master of the Seas, Lucky Vega, Laws of Indices. Angled out is St Mark's Basilica, and then comes Wembley racing on past the toe. And it's Mason with Charterhouse. Master of the Seas is quickening up on the outside. Military Style gives best. No room at all for Lucky Vega. St Mark's Basilica down the outside. It's Master of the Seas and St Mark's Basilica, these two. Thunder Moon is storming through over on the far side, and it's Thunder Moon who's coming racing through in the National Stakes. Quick compensation gains. Declan McDonough, Joseph O'Brien. Wembley's up for second. Then the Mark's Basilica, Master of the Seas, Lucky Vega.
That was a serious turn of foot at the end of that, Fran. We had a stewards' inquiry afterwards. I think about 5 jockeys I saw heading in there. It was a bit messy. I don't know, did they go that slow? But you had a couple of horses all dressed up with nowhere to go. Once Declan McDonough got out, this race was over very quickly.
It was, Darragh. We spoke about this in our course walk today. You know, the key to any race, and particularly here to Curragh, is momentum and to be following the right horse. You can see Declan here is on the rail. He's on the winner in the right captor. He's following Shamey Heffernan through. He's come to a stop now at the junction of the track. So Declan looks to get out, gets up behind Colin Keane, the Abdullah colours. He's got Robbie Colgan outside him, who's not really going anywhere, and John Murphy's horse. Shane Foley in the white cap is kicking in, trying to get a position. Now it all gets very tight as the congestion of the leaders who are tiring, coupled with the horse quickening up down the outside. William Buick and Master of the Seas, at this point you think, well, he's kicked and he's gone and he's going to finish like he did, but once Declan switches to the inside, haven't got daylight, it's immediate, the response. See that, the way he just made up that length, 2 lengths, hands and heels. Declan didn't have time to give him a backhand, nor did he need to, but it was just for horses bred to go further. He's having the second run of his life. Okay, he won a barrier trial, a mock type race in Dundalk prior to winning, but Joseph O'Brien, when his horse win first time out, they're generally very good, and this is another one because they don't usually win. They're the exception rather than the rule, and when they do win, Crossfire, Hurricane, a couple of examples like that, they go on to better things, and this horse is a prop horse and really stamped himself as the leading juvenile of the minute.
That's the thing. I mean, there might be a couple. We see Lucky Vega was another one here. We look at the head-on and we might see some of the scrimmaging. But really, it was a concertina effect, and that point that you did make, if you're in the wrong place when traffic is coming back against you, you're in big trouble. But Lucky Vega did make ground very quickly when he got out. But, you know, it was nothing. You see Declan there, and he does very well, really, to get himself a position. And you'll see him, he'll take a right turn here, come up the inside of William Buick, a Master of the Seas, who probably thinks he has the race won. Doesn't even finish second in the end because Wembley comes like a train on the outside to finish second. Probably typical Aidan O'Brien type of horse that there might be more in down the line.
Indeed, yeah, Wembley's run a superb race. St Mark's Basilica's run great. Lucky Vega, he'll have another day. You know, just things didn't fall his way. The unfortunate thing for Lucky Vega, we didn't learn about the distance today. He wasn't tested, you know, so there's still that if. How will he be at 7 furlongs? He looked to be very relaxed in himself today and travelling as good as anything at the point in which the race really got messy. And that's just the joys of big fields, relatively big fields, competitive 2-year-old races. And the gallop they went, it just took no prisoners. But we've seen a star here today, Darragh.
Yeah, and listen, Joseph has had a very good weekend. Had the winner of the English St. Ledger yesterday with Galileo Chrome. Those colours again, Mrs. Regalado Gonzalez, they've done very well since they've started investing. And, you know, you think of Intricately, who gave Joseph his first Group 1 as a trainer, with Donica riding, actually, and Iridessa, Galileo Chrome, and now they've another good one here. And Declan McDonough, you know, it's great to see. He's around a long while. But he had a little dry spell last year, and he's really benefited from having a full season with Joseph this year. Indeed he does, and that's the ups and downs of a career. You know, Declan's 40 now, and he's been riding since he's 15, 25 years. He was champion jockey at a young age, 2006, excuse me, he'll kill me if I said 96. And he was 25, 15 years ago, and that's the peaks and troughs of a career. And he got to stick at it, ride the waves, and he had to take his opportunities, you know. Things didn't happen in a certain place. He went to Joseph on spec, has worked his way up there now. He's always been a talented rider, but like we said earlier, you got to get the opportunities and then you got to make the most of them when they do appear. And he's got a wealth of experience, and I think riding for Joseph, he knows him from riding with him. He seems to give him that confidence to go and do what you want and not be afraid to lose. Yeah, and that's, as we all know, in any walk of life, you get that confidence to just flows through you, then it flows through a horse. You don't second guess yourself. The feature of the day was the Comer Group Irish St. Leger. We had a lot of potential. Now we'll see how it unfolded. Jerry Hannon calls us home.
Loaded. They're off. In the last of the classics, the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger, and it's the grey Fugitive Prince who's just leading up Sovereign and Twilight Payment as they settle down at the end of the first furlong. They're being followed by Passion and Micromanage, Barbados, and then comes Ra Tall, and held up last year's winner's Search for the Song. As Sovereign has won the early exchanges to go on a length in front of Twilight Payment, and then Fugitive Prince, being followed by Passion and the Pale Pink Jacket, and then a length and a half to Micromanage. Barbados Search for His Song relegates Ra Tall to be the back marker. Racing right across from the grandstand, they're just outside the 10 furlong point, and it's Sovereign. And Ryan Moore cutting out the running from Fugitive Prince, the Eber winner, Andrea Zini. Passion and Shamie Heffernan are in a disputing third with alongside Twilight Payment and Wayne Lorden, and then Micromanage and Colin Keane. Barbados, Shane Foley on the outside of Search for a Song and Oisín Orr, and the back marker is Ra Tall and Chris Hayes. Inside the 9 they come in the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger, and it is Sovereign, Fugitive Prince being followed by Passion. And on the outside is Twilight Payment, dual group winner here this season. That quartet are followed by Micromanage, Search for a Song, Barbados, and now there's a bit of a break appearing to Ra Tall. Climbing towards the 7, the halfway stage, and it's Sovereign in the dark blue colours, just holding sway over Fugitive Prince, and then Twilight Payment being followed by Passion. Micromanage, Search for a Song, Barbados, these go away from and niggled along Ra Tall. Heading for the 6th mark and soon to make the downhill run for the approach to the straight. And it is Sovereign. Matching strides, Fugitive Prince the Grey. On the outside is Twilight Payment. These 3 abreast, followed by Passion, Micromanage, Tracks, and then Search for a Song. And driven along to keep in touch at the back of the leading group is Barbados. They've gone away from Ra Tall. Less than 4 furlongs to go as they enter the straight. Sovereign taken on by Fugitive Prince and Twilight Payment. Followed in by Passion, Micromanage, Search for a Song close in behind. And then Barbados, they level off for the final 3 furlongs. Fugitive Prince just picks it up from Twilight Payment. On the far side is Sovereign with Passion. Search for a Song is coming into it. Micromanage and Barbados, they've 2 to go. And the Comer Group International Irish St. Leger, Fugitive Prince and Andrea Zini. On the outside is Search for a Song and Oisín Orr. Switched is Twilight Payment and Wayne Lorden. They're inside the final furlong. Search for a Song on the near side gets to the grey Fugitive Prince. Racing up towards the finish. Search for a Song is winning back-to-back Irish St. Legers. A special moment for Oisín Orr. Fugitive Prince, Twilight Payment, Barbados, and then Passion, Sovereign, Micromanage last. But one, Ra Tall, long way behind.
On the day of the Vincent O'Brien National Stakes, Dermot Weld records a record equalling 9th Irish St. Leger. The man who had that record was Vincent O'Brien. It is a phenomenal feat. Search for a Song wins it for the 2nd year in a row for the first time since, did we say Vintage Crop? No, the name is gone from me now.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, and Oisín Orr, a big day as well. And you see the difference from last year, Fran, in terms of she was lobbing along at the back of him there today. I don't know, did that mean were we going faster?
There was a good even gallop, Dara, but I'd say them couple of runs that she had this season, after that mishap in Cork, when she ran here in that Group 1 at the Curragh, over 10 furlongs, it just might have just got her to switch off and learn how to settle with the hood on. It was probably the first day she raced in a relaxed rhythm on that occasion. Yes, she was going an extra half a mile today, but that run just probably left her right for today. We spoke about it on her course walk, how she won despite being so keen last year. We knew she had a big engine, but she had to do everything right today, and she done everything right, and she showed her class. Delighted for Oisín Orr, young rider, out of his claim, getting good opportunities at the Wild Camp, and he's taken them, and it's been a great day for the Wild team. Of course, Tanara won in France, the Prix of Vermeil, in impressive fashion, boosting the form of Kane Pepper, who, of course, she beat in Cork, and the Irish fillies are carrying all before him, particularly the 3-year-olds, and also for the sponsors, the owners, Migler Stud, great support of this game. The Curragh is transformed with the support of Ava Marie Hafner and the family. The way they've invested or donated to the upgrading of the gallops here, huge supporters of the game, very loyal to this area. And for them to get a classic success 1 year on from last year is massive. They've had a few little disappointments all this year. They've been in the game a long time. They've had a few horses that haven't progressed as hoped this season. And for this one to go and win the autumn, it's brilliant for, just genuine people that love the game, and that's the thing. They're very, very unassuming, and just they come up and spread their horse a little bit more wider now. But Dermot Weld is still their #1 man.
Yeah, you make that point, and it's a very important point. I've interviewed a lot of trainers and various people over the course of the last year or two, 18 months, and we're looking out here from the Lily White Lounge, and everyone is talking about the money that they have put in, and not for anything other than to have the facilities here for the trainers. And it's fantastic that you have people like that just putting back into the game.
Indeed it is, and get genuine enjoyment out of it, and really have a passion for it, and generations of breeding. We're speaking about breeding early on and how it comes through about sires. Her family, if you went back to that, Ava Marie's father would have raised her great-grandmother, and it would have been followed through 4 generations on. You know, it's just a fascinating aspect. And she's by Galileo, of course, isn't she?
Yeah, and I mean, that's the extra thrill, though, isn't it? When you're keeping that damn line alive that you had, that your father had, you know, and you're keeping that generational line going.
Indeed it is, and you know, if you get in as a fan and you follow them through, you can see, well, Search for a Song's brother won in Galway last week for Aidan O'Brien. He was by Galileo. He runs in a foal chair, I think, with the Coolmore team, because he's by Galileo, so he raced for Aidan O'Brien. But there's a generation of them family coming through. This is just one in another line of an excellent family. But I must say, he's a master trainer, and that was a really good performance to get this one back, because mentally, after what happened on the first start here of the season, then that mishap in Cork when she got bowled over, had to be pulled up, I thought she was gone. You know, I didn't think he'd get her back, because it hasn't been smooth. The last day, there was a hint that he might get there, but I don't know how he got there, to be honest. It was a master
He knows a thing or two about training horses, doesn't he?
He does, and he proved it today. You know, it's been a little bit of an up and down season. There's a slow start in June. It weren't seen. July did a bit of a good spell in August, and a little bit quieter on the cold list for the last 2 weeks coming into this weekend. But come the big day, 2 Group 1 winners on the day in Paris. Here, Amma Grace was second in the Migler. She ran above her odds at 50-1, I think. Just doesn't, you know, these lads don't forget how to train.
The likes of Search for a Song, okay, this was probably the target. What will they look at? Will they look at an autumn campaign now? Or?
I'm sure he'll have a plan. You'll be thinking, all roads we spoke about, these carnivals into the autumn, you know, Paris, then there's a staying race in Paris, obviously, and there's a staying race there, the Prix Royal, and that on the first Sunday in October. Well, you have British Champions Weekend 10 days after that, 2 weeks after that, there's a good 2-mile race there, Champion Stairs race, won, of course, by Kew Gardens last year, beat Stradivarius. Stradivarius not around this year, he's going to the Arc. Well, he got beaten in France today.
Yes.
But that could be an ideal opportunity for her, and she's probably best fresh, so I could see her going to Ascot for British Champions Day.
Yeah, yeah. And would you be concerned if the ground got very soft?
No.
No.
No, but the only thing I suppose is 2 miles around Ascot, another 2 furlongs. She's going to have to be as relaxed today as she was to just see out that she definitely wants the trip, but it's just allowing herself a chance to relax into that.
The visitors have done well from here, from Cross Channel. Fujira Prince ran a very big race there, stepping up.
Stepping out of handicap company, albeit winning a class handicap in the Eber, a lightly raced individual. He's obviously had training problems, but he's really come to hand for the Varian team. He's stuck to his guns very, very well. Back in third, Twilight Payment, he's the yardstick. You know, I could never see him winning one of these ledgers, but he's always there in the mix, third or fourth. Barbados is around well. It's ended up being a very good race, and I think the right horses won, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're talking about the visitors. They weren't done yet. Jerry Hannon gives us the Super Auction Sale Stakes. I don't know who won, but I'm told it was a farmer. God.
Yeah, well, we pick it up here. You can see the eventual winner is Colin Keane riding for Richard Fahey. He's on the far side of the track there. It looks like the lower numbers are what's involved. Kevin Manning there on the far side is up at the pace. A horse that we seen early on today coming off the box before his stable companions. Eastern Vice is up at the pace. Ego Text ridden by Oshinor is up there, number 2. And on the near side is the Mark Johnson trained runner, Bowman, Harry Bentley there. See the sweats of him there. Look at how hot he's got. It's a hot day today, but that's unlike a Mark Johnson horse. They're normally good and relaxed. Perhaps the travelling has just got to him on this occasion, the long journey over. But Billy Lee, typical there in the white with the red star. See him switching down the noseband, the green cap, sitting as long as he can to have one run. But it's left to Colin Keane in the middle, and then navy colours in the familiar drive. Robbie Colgan is coming through on Super Shock there to run home well, but all credit to Colin Keane. He's kept his horse up to his work really, really strongly. Robbie Colgan should have said, Bell Image running home well to be third, and Star of Orion and Ryan Moore the favourites for Rafe Beck. So it's an English-British visitor, 1-2. Richard Fye, of course, spoke about him earlier. He's had a double with Mr. Lupton and this one today, so it's been a huge payday for him. He had a horse running well in the last race, the handicap yesterday as well, and they'll be going home happy.
Colin Keane can't seem to do a whole lot wrong at the moment.
No, he's really brought his A game to the table this weekend. You know, he's really, really maximised every opportunity he's got, and you can see the way he's jumped. He's forward here travelling. Robbie Colgan, we got to give a mention to Sheila Lavery. She's not had a winner of any significance recently. She was just denied in the Irish Cambridgeshire. She had a second and third in that. She was placed yesterday in the big handicap. She's been knocking on the door for a big pot with her runners this season. They've really come to hand in the last month. And Bell Image has ran a huge race here in the red and black colours. You can see the striped cap. Robbie Colgan just switching away. Shane Foley in the far side and Street Kid. He's ran a good race following on from a Cork win. Ryan Moore's in full flow now in the green and yellow, just getting going, but took too long to get going. Colin Keane is just hanging on, but he's crying out for the line.
I mean, sometimes people don't know people watching that race, and sometimes people who watch a lot of race and look at Ryan Moore there and say, oh, he came too late. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. You gotta rate your horse, if that makes sense. If they're not travelling early, you have to allow him a chance to find his rhythm and come on the bridle. And Colin Keane, in comparison, the winner, was up at a pace throughout, but he was travelling hard on the bridle. He was the only horse you could pick out the 2-pole that was actually going strongly. And Ryan Moore, in comparison, was quite animated on his horse. He just took that little half a furlong longer to get going, and that's the difference between winning and losing. But it was nearly all changed in the last 100 yards with that little uphill rise in the Curragh. You can see the way it just changed the complexion of the race and allows a horse like the one that Ryan Moore rode in the green colours. We can pick him up here. Ryan is travelling there out the back. He's not on the bridle at all, Dara. He's following the winner and a second, and he's behind him, and he's hard off the bridle now. He just can't go with the pace. He's totally outpaced. He's had 3 runs, this horse. He's been running well in England. This is his 4th start. Ran well in York, and he's just been a little lacklustre today for the pace he showed in the past. He's perhaps more competitive nature this race, and it's not till he meets the rising ground that he gets into top gear. You know, that brings out, he changes legs, Ryan pulls his whip through, and now he's running home. But unfortunately, he's got 2 lengths to make up on the eventual winner, and he just doesn't get there in time. But he's probably a 7-furlong horse, where the winner is a real 6-furlong horse. Really enjoyed this distance today. And we were down at the start. You talked about that little rise and the change in complexion that can happen in the last 50 yards. And we just saw it there. I want to ask you about something, just the term you used there. There's going to be a lot of horse people are saying, why is he asking such stupid questions? But I'm very conscious that there are people watching that don't.
Definitely.
And I know, again, a lot of people that might like a bet that wouldn't understand necessarily these terms. But changing legs, changing leads, what is that? And is it something you can control, and what impact does it have?
Yes, it all depends on the horse that you're riding, how it's travelling. But if you can get your horse going on the one line, and then when you pick him up, you go from sitting still, then you go through the motions of pushing him, changing your hands, and then when you get him into full gear, ideally you give him a smack on the shoulder, and when he switches from one leg to the other, it just changes the energy. They seem to find an extra bit for it. It's not something that you do consciously, it just happens. But you often see if a horse has to switch, like Ryan Moore there was in behind, he wasn't going anywhere, but once he switched and got a bit of daylight, his horse did correct himself and found another stride, didn't he, when he switched his right leg, and it seemed to just extend, and he got really into his top gear then. It's like a horse going through the gears. It's the nearest thing to a car going through the gears. You just got to build into it. Some do it quicker than others.
And is it changing, as you're changing hands, is that how it happens?
Yes, and if they're on the turn also, of course, if you're on the turn and they're railing like you want them to lead on the leg that they're on the turn, ideally, and then when you turn in, you'll ask them to pick up, and then they'll change to the other one, and that's where they get the little bit of pace from.
Yes.
That's in an ideal world. That's in an ideal world. Sometimes the horse just favours going one way, going the other way. It all depends on the individual, but if everything's equal, that's what you're aiming for.
Yeah. And the other thing that's interesting that you mentioned there, and we were talking about the runner-up, you know, people talk about where's posse A and where do you want to be, or you always want to be handy, but if handy is going too quick, you can't get there. And if you try and get there, because that was the plan, you empty your horse completely.
That's it. I know if you're a punter at home that backed him and you want to see your horse up there in the fight, but if you're forcing your horse to be up there with the pace, you're not going to finish. Every horse has a limited run in them, and you've seen Ryan there, his horse couldn't go with the pace. If he went 2 furlongs earlier and tried to get into the race, he wouldn't have finished, because you wouldn't have given your horse a chance to build and get that tempo and find its rhythm. It's all about finding your rhythm. If they can't go, you have to allow things to happen and hope that as the rivals begin to tire, your lad gets into top gear. And he done that, but just a little bit too late. But Ryan Moore would have known 3 furlongs out. He would have been, I'd love to be right there. It's not that he wanted to be there. And that's often the key. But you've got to use your judgment to say, right, I'm going to have to take my medicine here and hope that in a furlong's time that my lad can get going to get into the finish.
And when you are as established as Ryan Moore and you get off and you weigh in and you know you're a little sick because another stride or two you were up, but you have that self-possession and that understanding of racing that you can just park it, because that is racing. There wasn't a whole lot more he could do about that.
No, and you take every race on its merits and you learn from it, and that's the thing you do. You try to learn from it. If the day you stop learning as a professional, you're beat. You know, you're going backwards, and he'll analyse it. He'll know that, well, there's not much he could have done there. It's just the way circumstances fell. He couldn't go the distance. He'll report to the trainer, right, ran great, pity didn't happen, another furlong, you'll see him better again. You know, they've learned today he's a real 7-furlong horse.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Listen, that was fantastic, and thanks again for that insight. We're on the home stretch here now, but I just want to have a little chat about the Race Behind the Scenes Week. It's a very important initiative in terms of, you know, showing people virtually what might be happening because we can't get to yards and things like that. So there's webinars, there's some virtual behind the scenes stuff, and all the information is on racehorseownership.ie. And listen, we just have a little bit here to have a look at, and then we might have a little chat after. Fran, you're going to be involved in this a little bit.
Yeah, it's an exciting initiative. It's a whole week of, I suppose, trying to promote the game and ownership and accessibility, and just show the human element there that goes behind the scenes. I'm looking really forward to this Wednesday. I'm doing a piece for the Curragh racecourse with Mick Cannan, Barry Geraghty, to just showcase the Curragh Gallops. We spoke about the Eva Marie Hafner, the Migler Stud upgrades that have gone on in the last 18 months here. World-class facilities now brought up to 2020 level, future-proof for the next 10, 20 years probably. And Mick knows as well. He's going to talk about See the Stars, riding for Dermot Weld, Media Puzzle, all of them, Vintage Crop. And Barry Geraghty, of course, school in Moscow Flyer, riding for JP McManus's jumpers around here. Just an insight to how good the Gallops are. And there's one thing about Curragh, it's lacking a little bit of new trainers coming onto it. A little bit. Everything's cyclical, but they're hoping to get some new blood in as well, because it's a little bit underused at the moment, and the facilities are there, and it'd be great to see. And hopefully people enjoy it. And I look forward to reminiscing with Mick and Barry. There'll be some good stories, I think, to be had.
Brilliant, fair play, Fran. We're looking forward to that. And racehorse ownership, we spoke about the syndicates and that. It's just so important. Racing needs people willing to invest so that the money drops down, and the people with the mare breeding down in the field at home is getting his few quid or her few quid, and they go around and they go again, and that's what keeps this great sport alive.
Keeps the wheel turning, you know, and that's what it's about, and get the thrill of it. And it's just been some weekend, hasn't it?
Fran, unbelievable. I mean, it's hard to believe that the fortnight, I was going to say, it feels like a fortnight. 2 days are over. So many highlights. I don't know what's yours, but I mean, the Irish Champions Stakes, I guess, was magical.
She was magical, and it was a race that needed the setup with Gate coming over, Sostas, Magical. This is what the Irish Champions Stakes is all about, Dara. It's about having the best of the best competing in September with the world's highest rated horse taken on by one of the best fillies in the world, the best filly in the world at the minute. Japan in behind there, Army running on. And this was a race for the ages. You know, we used to see the Irish Champions Stakes, Al Mansour 4 years ago, Giants Causeway 20 years ago, High Chaparral, and this is in that category. This is a vintage race. These two eyeballed each other from 3 furlongs out. They went at it hammer and tongs, no excuses. The best filly won the day, but I'm looking forward to rematch. There might be a rematch at some point, when I don't know, but it's just adds in our intrigue, but fantastic race.
And if you're Charlie Appleby and William Buick, knowing what happened there, what do you change the next day?
It'd be very interesting to see if they both go to America. You know, if they happen to skip Arc weekend, which comes up quite quickly, Gate. We spoke about American-style tracks in Keeneland. That's a totally different setup. That could really favour Gate, speed favouring Test. If they were to match again, but now Coolmore have a key to taking him on. It'd just be interesting to see how it develops, and maybe round 3 is worth watching.
Oh, definitely. And Magical, it sounds stupid, she had 6 Group 1s before this. I think this sort of win elevates her. Would you agree?
Most definitely. There was a feeling that some of them Group 1s she won weren't vintage. Now, she won the Champions Stakes in Ascot last year in the back of a very tough run, the Arc. That was a huge win. 1 or 2 of her races that she won, you have to say they weren't vintage Group 1s, but she really produced it on the day. And it was just one of them spine-tingling moments. You know, when they have 2 out to the furlong pole, when they were going hammer and tongs, it was fantastic.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, she shows up every day, really, doesn't she? I don't recall her having a flat day.
No, and she went out of the ring yesterday. I was seeing her in the flesh on the way out, and she went out like a pro, just ready to go, tight on her game, but just relaxed.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And what were the other highlights for you, Fran?
Listen, it's been the matron has just been, you know, fantastic race. Johnny Murta, the first Group 1, the raw emotion. You see the clips. HRI have a great clip up of Johnny and his wife Orla cheering Champions Elise on in the stand here, and that was really worth watching. The pure emotion and enjoyment when Colin Keane came here to pounce and get up and win, beaten Peaceful. Back and forth was his other runner, I Know It All, and it's just the pure feeling. And for a guy that puts his heart and soul into it, and it gives the smaller trainers hope. You know, the hope that what chances are there. This filly cost relatively cheaply at 26,000. She's progressed. She got beaten in the sales race here last year. She wins the Mile a year on.
And what I think about these is that the likes of the auction series that have been inaugurated in the last couple of years with Red Mills and the Irish EBF, that it's encouraging people to buy some of these younger horses or cheaper horses because there's a series for them. But what we're finding is that there are some really good horses coming out of them.
Indeed there is, and the standard races run typically at smaller tracks are very, very competitive. Good results, huge prize money, and it's been a real nursery for better horses, you said. It's been really good, and I think the one feature of the weekend though has been the spread of winners. It's been very, very pleasing. We've had a number of English winners. Safe Voyage came over and won yesterday. We've had Richard Fahey training 2 winners today. Numerous smaller, medium-sized trainers. Johnny Murta having the winners, Aidan, Donica, Joseph, Jessica Harrington. It's just been very pleasing to see that there's been at all levels good results.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's probably been reflecting of what's happening in Ireland in terms of the people doing well. Ken Condon as well, you know, that the stables whose farm it seems to have carried on through. Often you've peaks and troughs, and maybe that's because we did resume sort of later and these runs of form are continuing.
Indeed it is, and you know, another trainer that's just taken a step up this season, Ken Condon yesterday, great winner, no luck today, but I think we have a good filly for him to work with, Thunder Beauty. That was a great run in the Migler, second run of her life, and it's just been one of the stories of the year, and just real good feel-good factor about the whole weekend, I think.
And great to see Osborne Lodge being used to get, you know, really good horses. There's so many classic winners came out of there. I thought there was only jumps winners came out of there, but numerous classic winners came out of there, then Grade 1 winners, and now, you know, we've had classic winner House there, and lots of very tasty, as you said, 2-year-olds this year. It's good to see.
Indeed it is. My dad rode a classic winner out of Osborne Lodge for Mick Hurley, Gillamar, 1968 St. Ledger, and he was only a kid then.
He was an apprentice, isn't he?
An apprentice, yes, and obviously Desi Hughes trained there, Hardy Eustace. Now Ken has taken it over, revamped it, made it a flat style training yard again, and great to see for him and his family.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the feature today, it ended up being a record equaling event. We're going to have one last look at the Comer Group International Irish St. Ledger. And here it is again.
Payment. On the far side is Sovereign with Passion. Search for the Song is coming into it. Micromanage and Barbados, they've 2 to go. And the Comer Group International Irish St. Ledger, Fugitive Prince and Andrea Zini. On the outside is Search for the Song and Hushinor. Switched is Twilight Payment and Wayne Lorden. They're inside the final furlong. Search for the Song on the near side gets to the great Fugitive Prince. Racing up towards the finish. Search for the Song is winning back-to-back Irish St. Ledgers. A special moment for Hushinor. Fugitive Prince, Twilight Payment, Barbados, and then Passion, Sovereign, Micromanage last. But one, Rattle, long way behind.
Yeah, so here we have the jockey cam again, and that's, is it Colin?
Colin on the winner.
Sorry, yeah, that's Colin on the winner.
No,
yeah.
Hushinor should I say on the winner.
Or
He's
Hushin,
coming
sorry.
through. Fugitive Prince is one to Eber. Andrea Zini there, you can see him in his low crouch in the yellow colours, really getting his horse rolling. See the way he pushed whip down. Now they're eyeballing each other, and there's this strides, for a couple of strides it looked like for a second that the second horse Fugitive Prince might battle back, but this stamina that this filly showed last year really came into play, and she's extended well to win. And a huge win for Hushinor. Like it's a massive achievement.
I love that shot where you get to a point where you are just emptying, you're not even looking ahead, you're head down and you are grinding and driving as hard as you can because you know the line is there somewhere, you don't have to look.
You only get one shot at it and you don't want to leave it behind you, and he knows that his momentum's up today, and once he gets to the grey horse, he knows once he gets by him on her, she'll stay going. But that's once he got there, I think he was always confident he'd win. And he's a big man. He's got to work at his weight, but he's getting lots of opportunities, and he showed today his talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one of many highlights we had over the 2 days of Longines Irish Champions Weekend. I want to thank Fran for helping me through here the last 2 days. Jarlath Regan was magnificent on the champions couch. The whole team here has been a fantastic 2 days. We can't wait for 12 months' time. We're going to sign off now, and we're going to leave you with the fantastic The Academic.
Hello, welcome back to day 2 at the Curragh. We're a band called The Academic, and we're going to play a couple of songs for you. This song is called Bite My Tongue.
I'm feeling much better now. I just thought I should let it out before I go bite my tongue. What have you done? I wanna drink lemonade and never in your parade. My dear, what have we become? So I just bite my tongue. It's happening again. Lost your only friend. The night's going by and you should have been home by 10. There's a lot to say about the nice girl, but she's not gonna say it herself. As for those bad girls, well, they're not good for your health. I'm feeling much better now. I just thought I should let it out before I go bite my tongue. What have you done? I wanna drink lemonade and never rain in your parade. But till what have we become? So I just bite much better now. I just thought I should let it out before I go bite my tongue. What have you done? I wanna drink lemonade and never rain in your parade. My dear, what have we become? So I just bite my tongue. I feel much better. I want to bite my tongue. I want to bite my tongue. I wanna drink lemonade and never rain in your parade. My dear, what have we become? So I just bite my tongue.
Thank you very much. All right, this next song is called Thought I Told You.
Thought I told you just to disappear. I thought I told you just to disappear. I thought I told you just to run away. Well, you look dangerous. Oh yeah, you look great. And if you like this, tell me why do I always find you with the same clothes on? Have you got someone waiting for you if we call this off? Oh no. La, I see you running with all those other boys. I see you running straight into the noise.
right, hope everybody's had a good weekend. Thanks, everybody. It's been a great Longines Irish Champions Weekend, and we've been a band called The Academic. This is our last song. It's called Different. Take care of each other.
I've had enough, and now I'm out of the race. And we both went wrong. I have to say I want you, I want you, I want you. I know that you're different. It's taking when you're comfortable in my room, trying to hold up while I'm holding on to you. And we both went wrong. To say I want you, I want you, I want you. I know that you're different. To say I love you, I love you, I love you, I love that you're different. I know that you're I want you, I know that you're different.